Good evening, folks, and a hearty welcome to our drive-in theater. We have a wonderful evening's entertainment lined up for you, one that will provide several hours of pleasurable relaxation and diversion for you and your family. Did you fail to dress up for tonight's show? No tie, an old shirt and slacks, a house dress? Well, don't give it a thought. We're glad you came as you are. We just want you to enjoy yourselves. Don't forget to visit our refreshment center during the intermission or any time. You love the tasty array of snacks we have to offer. So will the youngsters. Everything is quality and so good. We hope you'll make this a weekly visit. Bring the family. Bring your friends. There are always wonderful new pictures to see, delightful snacks to nibble, a gay, pleasant evening for all. Oh, a word of caution. Don't drive over 10 miles an hour in the theater area for your safety's sake. And Mom or Pop, go with the kids when they leave the car. We hope you have a wonderful time. Come back soon.
It's 4 minutes till showtime.
Hey, fellas, don't fight over that hot dog. There's plenty for everyone. Big, plump, and juicy, wrapped in an oven-fresh bun. Add mustard, relish, ketchup, and go to work. Yes, the hot dogs at our refreshment center are the best you'll find anywhere. Everybody agrees on that.
It's 3 minutes till showtime.
Thirsty? The refreshment stand is open with everything to satisfy your taste buds. Here's the menu: the hottest, freshest, crunchiest popcorn, each kernel popped to its fullest with that real movie time taste. Cold drinks. You'll find your favorite ice cold, tasty, and thirst quenching. And hot dogs, hamburgers, and candy too. Now a short intermission, so you'll have time to make your selection before the show begins.
It's 2 minutes till showtime.
Your attention, please. All new hotshot electric in-car heaters have been installed for your comfort and convenience. Just insert heater through car window and turn on the switch. When leaving, please turn switch off and replace on speaker post. Warning, high voltage. For your own safety, do not attempt to repair or remove wires. Do not attempt to open heater unit. If you need assistance, please notify the theater box office or concession manager.
Top quality hamburgers, the most popular snack in the country. We serve them plain or garnished to your taste.
There are words men live by, words of strength, of wisdom, and of peace. We urge you to find the spiritual comfort and guidance we all so greatly need by attending your place of worship regularly.
Just 1 minute to go.
And now, on with the show.
No, that's not big enough. No, that's not big enough either. That's more like it. We're delighted to have you with us, and we extend a cordial welcome to you. We've lined up the top stars from Hollywood and from all over the world to entertain you on our giant screen with the new, colorful motion pictures you've been hearing about and reading about. To add to your enjoyment, we're all wound up to bowl you over at intermission time with live wire service at our snack bar, where you'll find a tempting variety of favorite foods and beverages. Your continued patronage is very, very welcome.
Hello, fellow humans, and welcome to MotherShip Poker. As always, we'd like to extend a welcome to all the non-human identifying sentient creatures who might be out there today. And of course, any non-sentients who are out there enjoying the poker action today. Of course, I got started a little late today, so I apologize for that. I do a bit of social media work with PokerStars New Jersey, and it is NJ Scoop Week, which means my workload is like quadrupled for the week. But it's cool, and it works okay. I just way more to do this morning than I normally do on a Monday morning, so it took me a little bit longer to get things going. To be perfectly honest with you, I'm not entirely done with everything yet, but I am done with everything that I needed to get done this morning. I can do everything else when I'm finished streaming later today. So I figured I'd kick off for a couple of days. Welcome to everybody. Hope you're having a decent day. I've got some laundry going on upstairs as well, so I'll be running upstairs during breaks and things to get that all changed. It's a weird Monday. It's a pretty typical Monday here on the mothership, other than the fact that we got started later than we usually do. Let's go have a quick look at the close-in look at the tables we're playing. Got the Abyss Nano running, one bullet so far. We just got in. We bet our ace on the turn. We got called, and he pot bets as a donk bet on the Spade River, which also brings in straight draws and flush draws. So a pair of aces is pretty much a bluff catcher at this point. And there's frankly not a lot that he's bluffing, so we're just out of the way. So the other table we got in action right now is the Black Hole Nano. One bullet in that as well. Of course, we're still early in both of those events. We've also regged in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. As you can see, I haven't entered any of my bankroll information yet today, so I will get going on that as well. So we've got some numbers to look at as well. Pretty decent last couple of days I've had. Yesterday I had a couple of deep runs, although they ended not quite as deep as I'd wanted them to, but I went to the final table and final two tables and Ian's two free rolls yesterday. We got past phase one in the big 250K free roll, but then ended up busting in phase two. I got our bonus points today, so that's cool. But we were also deep in a couple other tournaments. Took a whole bunch of bounties in the Ice Giant bounty. We were chip leader for ages in that, but unfortunately that was one of those ones where it got cooler a couple times on the final table, and I think we ended up 8th or 7th or something on that one. But we pulled down, like we quadrupled our money in booties on that one, so it was a pretty decent day. Then yeah, of course we won the. We've had a pretty good couple of days. We won the Calypso the other day on stream on Friday, so yeah, it's been a pretty good few days. I'm sure I had a really good result on Saturday too. Let's have a quick look at since I'm gonna need to enter bankroll information anyways. Yeah, so we won the Omaha Calypso Nano. was on Friday. Didn't do anything on Saturday. Sunday we had a couple of results. Yeah, it was okay. Yeah, it was okay. We are now on to the 13th, and we have got at least 3 running. We have got the .6 Nano Abyss. We have got the .5 Nano Black Hole. We have got the .25 Nano Dwarf coming up soon. I was a bit late for all of my regular 11 a.m. tournaments for me, so I'm not playing as much as I would normally be at this time of day. But, yes, and always cats. Always cats. Always cats. Well, I always figure that you either, as a cat, you either fall under the non-human identifying sentient creatures or the non-sentient creatures. One of the two. I'm not entirely sure. I'm pretty sure you're a non-human identifying sentient creature, but it all depends on what you feel like you want to identify with. The fact that we're talking means it's pretty likely that you are some form of sentient creature. So I like the I think you fall under the non-human identifying sentient creatures. Welcome, Piano Cat. Always good to see you here. So far, I think you're the first to arrive. As a late start, who knows, people will trickle in perhaps when they see things running. I'm going to throw out a tweet here pretty quick just to let everybody know that I am alive. But yeah, let's go ahead and do some tweeting. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of tweeting here. Let's fold that. Queen 9 to a couple of shoves. I think not, gentlemen. You can play this hand yourself. Put in a raise on the table you're not looking at with my 8s, I think, here. Should have made that 4x, not 3x. I didn't see the limper before I put in the raise. I was doing tweety things. I'm going to call behind once with my 8s here. He doesn't have to have an ace, although he's going to have an ace a fair amount of the time. We do have backdoor draws here, though, so got to see what develops on the turn. Yeah, we're not going anywhere for the min raise there. No, I didn't say I reckon you're not sentient. I said I reckon you are sentient. That's my, you are a non-human identifying sentient creature. I figure it's possible, and it's entirely up to you whether you choose to identify as non-sentient or not, but I think you're sentient. Yes, I can turn the game sounds down. Let me do that. Weird. I don't know why they ended up that hot. They were much lower before. I'm sure I turned them down before. That's very weird. Let me make sure it's that on all the tables. I think so. Yeah, it's the same widget, so that's cool. Alrighty, so yeah, we've got turned down. Yeah, hopefully in 3 minutes it will be better. I've just turned on my sound on my TV for the record, so if you hear a bit of echo from 3 minutes ago, it's me listening to my, just to catch the sound levels. It does sound high, so. Alrighty, looks like we're going to be putting our money in the middle here in the abyss, I think. Jacks get shoved under the gun. I think it's going to be yeah, I think we got such a good chance here to triple up with a pretty strong hand, although with the reshove behind, we can be behind a bigger pair. We can also, this can also be a lower pair. It can also be another ace-x hand as well. So I don't think we have a choice here. And it is the abyss. It's a rebuy, so we can actually jump back in again if this is this turns out to work out badly for us. So we're in. Wow. One did not expect Queen 8 and Ace 8, frankly. So we triple up in the abyss. You know, so Yeah, I could totally do rock for sure. Rock would be. There are days when rock would be awesome. I gotta agree with you there. So yeah, I'm just listening to the sound now from 3 minutes ago when I turned down the sound widget. So yeah, that sounds a little better. Yeah, I like that better. Okay, cool. Main sound off. I mean, we saw what happened before, but I don't think Ace Queen is. I think Ace Queen is the new Jacks in by any stretch. Nor is this situation the same as the situation we had. Cool. Hope to see you in some nanos. The Abyss and Black Hole are still open. I'm gonna have the Dwarf Star kicking off here. You might enjoy the Dwarf Star bounty with how much you enjoy the Falling Star. It's obviously smaller bounties, but it's all relative, right? And it's oh, I need to fix my titles. I need to fix my titles. My titles are. There we go. Let's just start with a basic Wind Day title. Go from there. Haven't quite figured out what I'm going to use the bonus points I got from Ian on yet. It's I think I want to buy one 10 euro ticket with them at least, but I think I also want to buy a bunch of 2 euro tickets to fire at 2 euro singularities, which we've been having so much fun at lately, sort of. Wow, never fooled your 7-3 suited, apparently. This is in the Black Hole Nano. Had a couple of false starts in the Black Hole Nano so far, but nothing's really stuck for us yet. We haven't fired any extra bullets, but we're down about 1,000 chips from our start stack. This would have been a good hand to pick up some chips on, though, I would have thought, with flopping 2 pairs, but hey, that's what happens when you're in net, right? That's what happens when you're in net. We just, river the house. With our folded hand. Poker does have a way of punishing you for being a nitty player sometimes. Aha! Piano Cat's on my Abyss Nano table. Up in the top left corner. I put in a raise on the Abyss table with my pair of 7s. We get 2 callers so far. Big blind probably calls in this spot as well. It's got the odds too for sure. Almost any 2 I would think at this point. 4 into 23. Yeah, he's got like 6-1 odds at this point. Wow, folds. Folds. So I'm going to c-bet this. There's a chance that somebody else has the ace, but I'm the one that should have the ace given betting action, so it's a c-bet spot. Once again, I've been lax in my duties as your host of classic commercials. I have not cut any new ad content, but we are dipping pretty far back in the archive for our content today, I think. So I think you'll find it stuff that we haven't watched a ton of before, and you haven't seen it too many times. Just had the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano pop up, so I'm going to get that configured on screen for you. So we've got the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano right there. Put in a bet here with my 4s just because they're counterfeit now, so we're going to try to bluff on either the ace or the 9. Doesn't really feel like other players have either of those cards, so we can put the bluff in, and I think when we 3-barrel here, we're going to get it through a lot of the time. Because we can rep aces, nines, spades, none of which he has a lot of. So, yep, that makes perfect sense. It's the other reason why you bet when you're counterfeit there on the flop and it's been checked, or on the turn and it's been checked to you, because you need to be able to set up your bluff credible on the river when a good bluff card comes on the river as well. So. Alrighty, so that's our current 4-table layout. Of course, only 3 of them are active at the moment. Dwarf Star Bounty Nano just popped up there on table 3. I think Calypso's starting at some point soon as well, is it not? When does Calypso? Calypso's already started. So let's jump into Calypso too. Alrighty, so that'll fill up our 4th table with the Calypso. That is the Calypso Nano. Let's get the title right for that one. Oops. Alrighty, so that brings our table count up to 4. Full slate of poker action. Of course, we won this Omaha Calypso Nano last week for the first time, so that was pretty cool. Put in a bet here with my pair of aces on the black hole table. We get a raise from Hoffman. We're going to call that for sure, I think. Put in a raise on our Dwarf Star table with the suited ace as well. Flop got shot to the wheel, which is not a terrible place to be. We're calling off here on the black hole, probably losing to a better ace. Oh no, we win. We are the best ace. That's interesting. Pair of kings now on the black hole. We're going to definitely have fun with that, I think. We just sort of flopped the nuts here on the Omaha table, so let's put some money in the middle. Let's also put some money in the middle with our kings. We backed into the nut wheel here on And yeah, we're gonna call you. We're gonna call you. We're gonna call you both. Well, the kings are out. We managed to hold, nonetheless. And we're just gonna pot this with our wheel draw. There's not a lot of 3-6s out there. I tried to get a little bit more value with my straight here. We didn't. There's not a lot else here. There's obviously a king X that can hit straights here are better than ours now. That's one of the reasons we checked the turn, but nobody bet, so I'm thinking that they're probably not there, but we'll see. Put in a raise on the Abyss table. We've lost Piano Cat on our table. She must have got moved to another table. We got jacks full sixes on the Omaha table. I don't think we're going anywhere. I don't think we want to be super aggressive with it because anyone with a jack has us killed. Anyone with a bigger pair has us killed. But really don't think we want to go anywhere. So yeah, I guess we're not calling off with King 10 in the Abyss. Yeah, I'm just gonna fold my full house here. You heard me say that, right? I'm just gonna fold my full house here. It's Omaha, so that's actually not that it's actually not that remarkable, frankly, to fold a full house. But in Omaha, there are lots of spots where you'll fold a full house. Well, I guess in the black hole, if dude just has the ace-9 or the ace-3, we got outs against a lot of everything else, so I think we're just going to do that. We got a triple stack in the black hole now. Double stack in the Abyss. Going pretty well early on in our nano game so far. Never fold your weak straight hands in, although that turn card does not bode well for us. Ace, ace, king 4 in Omaha is definitely a place we want to start. These are the sorts of hands you play super aggressively pre-flop, and then sometimes you can slow down post-flop because the aces don't look nearly as good. But I think our ace-king and our aces look just fine now, so I think we're going to be continuing on. Alrighty, I figured it would be quick for us in the Omaha, unless when things like that happen, that's the way Omaha goes. So we're gonna cut out of that one then. It was fun while it lasted. I don't even think I had a chance to enter that one in my logs. No, I didn't even have a chance to enter that one in my logs. That was how quick that one went. 0.65 Nano Calypso. Whoops. Nano Omaha Calypso is the way I write it. And that's a big fat 0. Alrighty, so we're on a break. I'm going to send you guys off to some commercials, and we'll be back in a few short minutes.
Morning, sweetheart.
Hi. Can I fix you some eggs?
How about oatmeal?
Okay.
Samantha, I thought I told you no witchcraft.
I didn't.
Don't cover up. It takes time to make oatmeal. There's not even a pot around.
There's no trick to it. Really. I used instant Quaker oatmeal. You just pour a packet into a bowl, add boiling water, stir, and it's done. With instant Quaker, anyone can make oatmeal in a hurry, even mortals.
Hey, kids, here's Mary Hartline.
Say, boys and girls, there's nothing so good as a cool, refreshing drink on these hot summer days. And whether you like orangeade, lemonade, soft drinks, milk, or even a cool drink of water, the best and easiest way to serve it and drink it is out of a Dixie cup. I know, because I use them at home all the time. And you ask your mother, she knows. She knows that Dixie cups save her a lot of extra glasses to wash. She knows that Dixie cup means there's less of breaking glasses. And she knows, too, that drinking from a Dixie cup is more sanitary, because everyone has his own individual cup. And it's so easy to have lots of Dixie cups handy when you have this attractive Dixie dispenser. So you ask Mother the next time that she goes shopping to get a Dixie dispenser and several refill boxes of Dixie cups. Dixie cup, America's #1 paper cup.
If you can write your name, you may win a new Plymouth Fury in Post Cereal's Plymouth Sweepstakes. Thanks to Post Raisin Bran, the raisin bran with more raisins than ever before. Look on the back of this Post Raisin Bran package, and you'll find out how anyone in your family may win this wonderful 1960 Plymouth Fury. 2 Furies will be given away every week for 10 weeks. And that's not all. There are also 50 Fury Juniors for the kids, real cars that go a safe 5 miles an hour, and 5,000 Plymouth scale models. It's easy to win a prize. Just send in the ballot on the back of this Post Raisin Bran package or any piece of paper with your name and address to Post Office Box 600, New Brighton, Minnesota. 10 separate drawings. If you don't win one week, you're eligible for the next or the next. So get some delicious Post Raisin Bran, the fruit and cereal treat with more raisins than ever before. And enter the Post Plymouth Sweepstakes right away.
It didn't take long for the old redhead to learn the score about Camel's mildness and flavor.
Friends, you try Camels for 30 days. Make your own 30-day Camel mildness test and learn why. For mildness, for flavor, Camels agree with more people than any other cigarette.
And excitement. But right now, though...
Announcing the perfect marriage. Yes, the perfect marriage between a great new filter and a great modern blend. Now in new Old Gold Filter Kings. Here's the greatest taste yet in a filter cigarette. A completely new filter. So breezy, easy on the draw, you have to look at the tip to know a filter's there. Wedded, merged, married to a great modern blend like no other in this world. Together, they give you a taste that's out of this world. How wonderful life is when you're meant for each other. And how much more enjoyable when you've discovered these newlyweds, new Old Gold Filter Kings. This new filter actually steps up the rich, full flavor of Old Gold's great modern blend of nature-ripened tobaccos. You get a finer tasting smoke than ever before, because filter and blend are perfectly married as never before. Try new Old Gold Filter Kings for the richest, smoothest taste in any filtered cigarette.
And we're back. We are back with 3 tables of action: Abyss Nano, Black Hole Nano, and Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. We are up chips in all 3 events so far. I have also just registered in a 40-cent to €2 ticket qualifier that kicks off in 20 minutes time with 4 tickets guaranteed. So hopefully that will run shortly in our 4th table. We've got a pair of queens down here on the Dwarf Star Bounty table. So I think we're going to play that fairly aggressively. Alrighty, so we got a couple of calls, and then we get the big blind, putting in a nice big raise. So I think we're just going to shove in over top and maybe take some bounties here. Wow, wow! And he just hits the. Oh, nice. We hit the straight. That's sorry, dude, but that's justice. Sorry, dude, but that is justice. When you just shove me with the king 8 there against my queens and get there, but then I get there, that's just justice, dude. That's not a bad beat. I hope you don't think that's a bad beat. That's just poker justice. A nice hand developing on the black hole. I took down that hand with the 8s, by the way, but it went check, 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 check because things got a little ugly. They were drawing to the 4-card heart flush that didn't get there. So I could have bet the river, but it was one of those spots where I was probably only getting called by the heart flush. So I don't think there was any value. I was probably it went check check, but it was going to go check call. If he bet, I was almost certainly going to call, but I didn't want to put money in there myself as a bluff with my pair of 8s. I'm going to call behind here, see what the flop brings. Got backdoor hearts, backdoor straights. So I think we probably just check behind and see what the turn brings. If any of our back doors come in, it's probably the best move here. So our back doors do come in. So 7 or queen gets us there at this point. So I don't think we're going anywhere absolutely. Queen 10's already there, so 7-10 obviously, but not much we can do about that. And we go brick on the river, so I think we're just getting out of the way. Ace high is not going to win here very often. Even against just a min bet at this point. I mean, that said, we're getting like 1,000,000,000 to 1 odds, right? It's like 12 to 1 or something like that. 13 to 1. I mean, does ace high win here 6% of the time? I think, I think actually ace high doesn't win here very often, but it wins here some of the time. I hate this, but I think I have the odds to call here because ace high wins, I think, 6% of the time. Not that percent of the time, but I mean, I think ace high wins there. I think I had the odds to call. I mean, I honestly don't know. I'm gonna have to clip that one and see if see what people think, because I mean the odds there is like 13 to 1 odds, right? I mean, is ace high gonna win there is he gonna be bluffing there 1 in 13 times? I think he's gonna be bluffing there at least 1 in 13 times. Although maybe not with that size of a bet. I mean, that's maybe the other thing I've taken into account. That's one of the things with pot odds and small bets like that, I guess, is that you have to think about the meaning of the bet sizes too. But I mean, I don't really think it's relevant in that case because he made that bet with a jack 3, that's more of a, I mean, the jack 3 hand there is I would really not like to get called here, frankly. I just want to take money. It's like turning your pair into a bluff at that point, I think. So a bet of 400 into a pot like that is a bet with the nuts. Please, 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 please. I want a tiny bit of value. I want some value out of this hand. Is the way I sort of read that for hand with strength. I don't really see, and you're obviously bluffing there that way by trying to put on a huge amount of strength if you're in the bluff. But the problem with trying to bluff in that manner is that, like I say, it gets around a guy like me with ace high, and so I don't know. Be interesting. I put in a raise here with my ace jack. Interesting hand developing in the black hole as well. We've been calling, and we're going to call again. Obviously, we've got hands like King 10 and 10-8 that we don't like very much, but we've also got a lot of draws that didn't get there as well, so I think we're calling this bet. 8-10 gets there. 8-10 got there, of course, but that's cool. I'm just going to try to clip this hand. Sorry about that. I was just cutting a clip. Trying to to post that in a bit. See if see what people think as whether I've got. Got a potentially very nice hand developing on the Dwarf Star. Put in a bet here with my ace. Just folded the nuts pre-flop in. I called on the button and then got shoved on, so I folded with ace nine. Of course, flopped the nuts. Hello, Night Shopper. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. How's it going? Hope you're enjoying your day. We got 3 tables action going. We're gonna have a qualifier to a €2 ticket starting up here shortly, as well for our 4th table. So that'll be happening. We got stacks in all 3 of the games we're playing at the moment. We did bust out of the Omaha Calypso Nano in pretty epic fashion early on, but what are you going to do, right? So I'm debating on whether I shove this or whether I half pot this. I think I'm going to half pot it. We get a table move in the Abyss. So what we're playing at the moment, just so newcomers are aware, we got the Abyss Nano here, we got the Black Hole Nano here, where we've got 2.5 as our start stack. We've got the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano here, where we've got a little bit more than twice our start stack. And we, of course, we had the Abyss that we were watching earlier. I'm going to have a qualifier to a €2 ticket starting up here in about 10 minutes, I think. I think. 8 minutes time, yes. I don't know how long we're going to be on today. Like I say, we got a bit of a late start. I'm going to play this €2 qualifier. I'm still trying to decide what I'm going to do with the points I got from Lanny's free roll yesterday. I didn't go super deep in it, but I did get past the first phase, so I did get some bonus points. And I'm still trying to decide what I'm going to do with it. I know I want to buy a fair number of €2 MTT tickets with it. To fund some €2 singularities over the next little while. But I'm not sure exactly how I want to portion it out. I probably want to buy some €1 tickets as well. And I might want to buy 1 or 2 bigger ones if I can as well. So I might have to sit down and figure out how I want to spend that money. Which, of course, isn't really money, but it's money enough because it's going to give me tickets to buy into events that will pay me real money. So, you know. It is not yet money, but it could very easily become money. Cool. Yeah, well, we got a late start here on the Mothership as well. This was, I had, like I said earlier, I do some social media work for PokerStars New Jersey, and they got NJ Scoop, New Jersey Scoop running right now. Oh, shit, today was going to be one of the days that I might have played a Scoop event. I might have actually played, it was a deuce to 7, though, so I don't think it's not really my number one game. So I think we're going to reserve the tickets for the Stud 8 and the... So let's see what we got for... So yeah, the Stud 8 is on Thursday, I think. Friday, maybe. We get a nice flop in the black hole for us. We called behind to a raise and a call. So we don't have the betting lead, so we're going to check there and react with some nice things happen in the Abyss Nano as well, although not quite as nice as here. So we're going to take this and we're going to react with a pot bet. 3/4 pot. Pot. Interesting how board texture changed things. We essentially had the same hand here, except it's a very straighty board. So we're just actually getting out of the way with our 2 pairs. After the shove, we did call the initial min bet, but Yeah, straight against the flush draw, and the flush draw ends up getting there. So getting out of the way with our 2 pairs was a very good idea, as I thought. Life tilt sucks, Piano Cat, like crazy. I mean, it's one thing when we tilt because of poker, when we tilt our poker because of poker, that's one thing, but when our poker tilts because of life tilt, I find that really extra tilting. Anyways, yeah, as I was saying, I do some social media work for PokerStars New Jersey, and they have New Jersey Scoop running now, so there was I just had a shitload of extra work this morning that I don't usually have to do on Mondays. So that was why I was late this morning. Ever fold your king deuce? Oh, hey, Shopper, do me a favor. Go back and look at the clips. I just cut a clip today. There's a hand where I need to find out if I have the odds to call there with ace high. So if you have a chance, I'm sure I clipped it. I think the title should be odds with a question mark. So if you don't mind going and having a look at that clip, Night Shopper, and let me know what you think of. I made the call and he had a pair, but it's the sort of board, I think, where he's going to be bluffing at least often enough for 1 in 13 odds, which is basically the pot odds I was getting on that. So go have a look if you could and let me know. Be cool. Thanks. Thank you, sir. Our qualifier just popped up, so let me make sure that gets configured on the tables. Alrighty, so there's our 4-table layout currently. Yeah, so I think... Okay, so I'm going to put out a theory here, guys. My theory is that the bonus points weren't for advancing through the phase, they were for getting it to the phase. And the reason I say that is because you two both say that you got 1,000 points for not advancing through phase 1. I got 3,000 when I only expected to get 1,000 for advancing through phase 1. I busted in phase 2 before getting through. So I got the points for phase 2 as well. So I think we got points for every phase we played in, plus you were able to roll it forward to other points, to other prizes if you could keep rolling forwards. But I think just getting in the free roll got us those 1,000 points, and then just getting to phase 2 got me those 2,000 points is the way that I'm thinking it. Because, yeah, I ended up with 3,000 points, which was 2,000 more than I expected to have. I only expected to have 1,000. So... So yeah, I think we got the points for getting into a phase, not for getting through the phase. The tickets to the next phase were for getting through the phase, but the points were for simply getting into the phase. Oh, you guys did that. There's our 4-table layout. I told you that like a couple of minutes ago, and then I never actually changed my view to the 4 tables. So there's our 4 tables that we're currently playing now. We got the qualifier down here in the bottom right, which is for a €2 ticket, 40-cent buy-in. And the other 3 games are the games we've been playing up until this point. Never fooled your deuce 5, apparently. Oh, the other thing I kind of want to talk about today was, it's nothing to do with poker, nothing to do with the stream or anything, actually. It's sort of kind of pop culture news going on, is the end of the Big Bang Theory TV show. I haven't watched it in years. I did watch it for a while, a couple of seasons worth of time, and when I was working midnight shift and had a ton of time on my hands, where my job was basically monitoring shit and making sure shit didn't break. And when you're a computer guy, making sure shit didn't break a lot of times means not doing anything at all while it's all running fine and just sitting there watching it run fine. It's hard for some people to understand, but that's sometimes the best thing you can be doing as a system administrator. So I like to say, if you walk into the back room and you see your system administrator sitting around reading a web page, 100% that means there's nothing else serious going on in your computer room that you need to be worried about. Your servers aren't melting down, your software isn't crashing, your database isn't full of errors. So yeah. So anyways, I had a lot of time on my hands during these midnight shifts, and I watched some Big Bang Theory while I was doing that. I have to say, all I can really say about Big Bang Theory is good riddance. While initially it was kind of a novel idea to have a show focused around geeks, and while it's not a terrible thing, at the end of the day, that there was a hit TV show that focused around nerd and geek culture. Big Bang Theory generally did it so badly that it really is just a bare minimum above the sort of even line towards positive. It could easily have dropped down to the negative line as well. So my main issues with the show are couplefold. First of all, I think the characters are ridiculously stereotypical for geeks and nerds. I mean, I'm a geek and or a nerd. I've got steeped in science fiction fandom. I spent my life as a system administrator. I am a rabid physics and astronomy buff. So, I mean, I've got my geek credentials. And my main question when I look at the characters on Big Bang Theory is, where's the geek who started a computer company out of his garage? Where's the geek that crushes the World Series of Poker? Where's the geek that revolutionized statistical theory in baseball? Where are all these other geeks that do all sorts of amazing things outside of the world of science, the rarefied world of science that they tended to show on that show, and who actually tend to lead semi-normal lives instead of the sort of weird, bizarre lives that they led on that show. Hey, Giggles, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. So that's one of my problems, is that they're quite stereotypical in their geek roles, and they're also stereotypical in other ways. I mean, Sheldon is, I don't think, a great representation of autistic people. Frankly, he's the butt of the joke most of the time, and although yes, he is the romantic lead in some way, and yes, he is the main character in some way, he is the main character because he's on display as an oddity, I find, which is kind of disturbing to me. Howard is the most stereotypical henpecked Jewish boy child I've ever seen in my life. Not only does he start the series off with an absurdly overbearing Jewish mother, he then goes ahead and marries in a possibly one of the only parts of the series that I think was genius, assuming it was intentional. He goes on to marry an equally overbearing woman who happens to be the actress who voiced his mother in the previous, before his mother passed away. So it's rather an interesting thing there, but it's about as stereotypical quote-unquote Jewish boy story as you can come up with. And Raj, likewise, is the sort of magical Asian scientist guy, about as stereotypical as an East Asian guy you can possibly, or a Southeast Asian guy you can possibly get, as evidenced through a number of storylines through the whole series. So, not real keen on the characterization of the guys, of the main actors. I think Penny is equally problematic as a female character in the show. But equally, I think an equal problem is that there are a number of times in the show where they get their geek culture horribly wrong as well. And I think that's as unforgivable as the stereotypical characters. So anyways, that's my take on Big Bang Theory ending its run. Good riddance. You outstayed your welcome as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, hope you feel better soon, Giggle Piglet. I heard the other day you were feeling kind of crappy on when you were in on Ian's stream, so hope you feel better soon. So yeah, as you can tell, not a big fan of Big Bang Theory, generally speaking. It's been pretty quiet on the satellite table, qualifier table. We've got 8 players in, 4 tickets available, so there's a fair bit of overlay here at the moment. We only need to get 4 players busted out. Got a hell of a flop here on the Dwarf Star. Put in a bit of a raise here, I think. Obviously not thrilled with the paired board, but we're going to put in our bet anyways. Sorry, I had a bit of a flurry of action there for a second. Kind of lost track of the chat. So I hope everyone's doing well today. How's your poker sessions going? You know, Knight said you got in late, so you're only able to get into the ante. I looked at that one. Still a little cautious of that one. It seems a little high for my bankroll buy-in wise. And it also seems like it's a bunch of regulars who play that format all the time. So I feel like I might be outclassed a little bit, having not played the format very much. But oh wow, I didn't notice that. 20 euro, 20 cent nano tickets. That's kind of cool, actually. That's kind of cool. I think I'm going to spend mine on 1 and 2 euro tickets, but maybe a 5, maybe a 10. Like I say, I got a few more points than I expected, so I've got a few to spare, so I might be able to work out a 10 plus some other ones. That's seriously cool. I hadn't noticed that either. Hey, MVE, good to see you, buddy. The Omaha Calypso Nano is all yours today. I busted out on like my third hand that I played today. Flopped a straight and ended up losing to the bigger straight. So what are you gonna do, right? Omaha. So yeah, the Calypso Nano is all yours today. A quick run through of the tables here. We got the Abyss Nano here where we're 10 of 11, 6 getting paid, so we need to do a bit of work here. But we're not in horrible shape there. We got the Black Hole Nano where we're in pretty good shape. Dwarf Star Nano where we're also in reasonably good shape. And finally, the qualifier to a 2 euro ticket, where we are hanging out in River DTC. Thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the Mothership. Welcome to the Mothership. Whenever we get new members beaming on board, I always like to recommend that you double check all your arms and legs and fingers and toes, make sure everything's in the right place, because we do sometimes have transporter accidents when we beam people aboard, but it's pretty rare these days. The transporters are pretty reliable pieces of equipment now, but you know, shit happens, right? So hopefully you arrived on the Mothership in one piece, my friend. I have to do a little bit of research at some point and dig into anything new that's come out of that black hole imaging that came out. I imagine that the one image we saw wasn't the only data they acquired, and they'll probably be doing more analysis on that as time goes on. So I'll have to look and see what else they've done there. I'm also fascinated to see what's going to happen over the next few years and decades in gravitational astronomy, actually. If you don't know, we recently detected gravitational waves for the very first time as a result of the collision of a couple of supermassive black holes. And actually what that potentially does, although it's still super early days, but it potentially gives us the ability to do astronomy in a completely different way. Rather than using light waves, we use gravitational waves to map things, and it potentially opens up as much. It's as revolution. It could be as revolutionary or more as the difference between radio astronomy and just visual light astronomy. You know, and the amount that you learn extra from expanding the EM spectrum and looking at other stuff. But it's even more so because it's basically looking at the universe in an entirely new and different way, you know, once they start working it out. And still years off probably before there's any practical application for it in an astronomical sense. Right now it's just sort of interesting data recording from these massive interactions. But sort of the point of it is everything in the universe gives off gravitational waves at all times. That's in much the same way things like stars always give off light and planets always reflect light. Stars and planets also always give off gravitational energy. Gravitational waves have gravitational effects. So if we can learn how to map those effects, we can get a view of the universe from a completely different perspective than we currently have. So it'll be quite interesting, I think. See you later, Giggles. Hope it does wear off, and hope you do recover soon. We love having you around always. We always love having you around. I love having everyone around. It's like having a little party in my house whenever I get a chance to stream, so it's kind of fun. It's kind of fun. So yeah, I'm very interested to see what happens with gravitational astronomy. I'm guessing that by the time my lifespan's over, it's probably still not going to be much more than in its infancy, but it's still something that I think will be revolutionizing our view of the universe over the next 1 to 10 decades. Putting in arrays on the dwarf star table with king queen suited. We get a call from our big stack calling station. We are going to c-bet this flop 100% of the time. Going to be shoving in the abyss under the gun with my king-jack suited. I'm not thrilled about it, but it is what it is. It is what it is, folks. At GLS, we are all in for our life. 3 from the money here on the Abyss Nano. Final table, though. One more player to get through. And we at least have a chance to survive the blinds. Here we go. I'm going to raise with my suited king-queen on the black hole table. Get it through. Very nice MVE. Be careful with that black hole. Enjoy it, but remember that it is a rebuy, so people will be firing pretty liberally in a lot of cases if they're, playing it the regular. So if you're in on a ticket, just remember that you're probably playing a freeze out, and everybody else is playing a rebuy. So it can affect strategies. Eddie, good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Welcome. I was a bit flat out on work this morning myself, so I got started late myself. So I think we're in the same boat today. I did get a chance to zip onto the tables, though. Trying to decide here if an ace-9 is a shove spot in this spot. I don't think so, actually. We need a ways more. It's not like we have a caching stack at this point, but I don't think ace-9 is really the place that we want to push things there. Mr. Mersey, good to see you. Sir Mersey. Sorry, I should use your correct title. I apologize. Alrighty, we're all in with our 8s here for sure. GLS. Wow, and he just gets there. He just gets there. He just fucking gets there. Alrighty, so we're done in the Abyss in 9th for no cash. We still got a nice stack of building in the black hole, though, so we're okay with that. Let's zero out our Abyss winnings, though. Alrighty, so I haven't fully decided what I'm going to use my bonus points for, but I am going to use one for a €2 generic ticket, which I am going to use in the singularity that's about to start. Let's just buy one and we'll figure it out from there. Alrighty, so we received a €2 ticket. And let's register in that one. Alrighty, so I got the €2 singularity starting up here in 10 minutes time after the break. Yes, I watched the end of Discovery, Mike, and I think there's another series. I think that the next series is going to be set in the future with Discovery in the future. I don't think we're going back to Pike and the Enterprise crew, although with all the other stuff in development with Star Trek right now, I'll bet you that in the next year or two we get a Anson Mount headed series with Pike and the Enterprise because there's stories to tell. People love the characters and the show, so I will bet that's in development as well. But season 3 of Discovery, my prediction is will be Discovery in the future at that settlement place where where her mother went to sort everything out. If you get my drift, that's my prediction. Anyways, I don't have any inside information, but that's my prediction, my friend. Yeah, just instant call with 7-9, eh? Pretty sick there, I gotta say. So yeah, I think we're going to get another season of Discovery, but I also think we're going to get a series of Pike and the Enterprise, which I will be watching slavishly if we get it. Yeah, the cat's around. She's just a little quiet tonight. Piano Cat has gross neighbors. Well, Piano Cat's mother has gross neighbors, I guess, is the proper way to put that. Alrighty, we got the break rolling, so I'm going to go do some laundry, and we'll be back in a few short minutes.
Honey, when was the last time you baked a cake?
Last week, dear.
Oh, I didn't see any cake around here.
It wasn't for you, dear. My club had a charity auction. No, my cake sold for $5.
Oh, how'd you manage that?
With Betty Crocker's new honey spice cake mix. I just wish you'd seen it. High and light and moist.
Stop it, dear. I'm starving.
Because Betty Crocker puts just the good things you'd use yourself in her honey spice cake mix. Soft as silk cake flour, the very best shortening, fine, delicate spices, and sweet clover honey.
She's right. I'm Betty Crocker, and I promise you a perfect cake every time you bake. That's right, perfect. You be the judge. Or write General Mills, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and get your money back. Remember, I guarantee a perfect cake every time you bake, cake after cake after cake.
And you don't have to bother with fancy icings for any Betty Crocker cake. Who would ask for anything better than chocolate cake and vanilla ice cream with chocolate sauce? Or white cake and chocolate ice cream with marshmallow topping right out of a jar? Where's the family that doesn't go for cake and ice cream, especially when every cake turns out just the way you want it, thanks to Betty Crocker cake mixes? Bake a Betty Crocker cake right now. Perfect every time.
Be with us again next week when General Mills...
Who admits it?
I have a split personality. There's my pleasure-loving side and my practical side. But we get along fine together, especially when it comes to personal size ivory. So white, looks pure, even smells pure. My pleasure-loving side adores it in the bath. Ivory won't get lost. It floats, gives you suds faster than any other leading bath soap. You lie back, cushioned in gentleness, ivory gentleness. This personal size of ivory soap makes a bath pure pleasure. Meanwhile, it pleases my practical side. You see, 4 cakes of personal size ivory cost no more than 3 cakes of other leading bath soaps. It's like getting 1 cake free. So for practical purposes and pure pleasure, personal size ivory is your best buy. Get 4 cakes and save.
Prove it yourself. Here's a Q-tip. How can you prove your Q-stick is straight and true? Well, that's easy. Willie Hoppy, world's 3-cushion billiard champion, places his cue on the table and rolls it. A warped Q-stick will wobble and bounce. A stick that's true will describe an even arc. And now watch a champion use it. Now, Willie Hoppy, how mild can a cigarette be?
Well, I've been smoking Camels for 20 years. I know they're mild and they really taste great.
Yes, Camels are so mild that in a test of hundreds of people who smoked only Camels for 30 days, throat specialists making weekly examinations reported not one single case of throat irritation due to smoking Camels. But prove for yourself how mild a cigarette can be. Test Camels for 30 days in your T-zone. Let your taste and throat tell you about Camel's flavor and mildness.
2 germs were killing a little time. And one of them said,
"Let's go contaminate a house." "Yeah, I know a place that's for me poisonally."
So they rounded up the gang, millions of them, and bang, into kitchen, bathroom, floors, doorknobs, walls, woodwork, rails, pails, baby's room, everywhere. Until those germs found out Lysol, the concentrated germ killer, was on the job. Lysol, relentless enemy of germs. To use Lysol, measure 2 1/2 tablespoons in a gallon of cleaning water, and death to evil germs. In the bathroom, on floors, walls, woodwork, in the sick room. Women, help protect your home against dangerous germs with Lysol. Keep Lysol on the job every day. Lysol brand disinfectant, America's largest selling disinfectant. Ask for Lysol at your druggist today.
We're back. Oh, wait a second. Let's get the proper screen up here. There we go. That's the proper screen. Although, actually, it was the proper screen. It just wasn't the right title. The 2-year singularity is kicked off now, so we're back to 4 tables again. Alrighty, Addie, we're gonna have a bit of a discussion about that. I do agree that there are aspects of the Next Generation that are amazing television and amazing Star Trek. I think, objectively speaking, the first season of the Next Generation is some of the worst television and the worst Star Trek ever produced. And it really didn't actually grab its sea legs until the middle of the 2nd season at the absolute earliest, I think. Whereas I think Discovery, it got a bit of a shaky start in some ways, but I think it did really, really, really well. Alrighty, so let's get into the 2 euro singularity, which is here. We have a very nice hand on the Dwarf Star Bounty coming up. And we've got the 2 euro singularity running as well. See, Mike's already jumping to the defense of other. Alrighty, well, looks like we're just going to be all in with our aces. Oh, so gross. So fucking gross. He calls us with the worst hand on the turn, or on the flop. Oh, so disgusting. Alrighty, so we're done in the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. We just picked up one booty there, so we did pick up a little bit of cash, but not very much. Life sucks when you get aces, folks. We are 5 of 8 in the qualifier with 4 places getting paid, so yeah, so I think the first season of Discovery has some issues. I really would have preferred if they hadn't done the whole mirror universe thing at the end of the first season. Apologies for spoilers if you haven't watched it, but that's not much of a. It's a bit of a spoiler, but it's not much of a spoiler. And especially the way they did it with one of the characters, I think was kind of cheesy and kind of crappy. There was a lot of other ways they could have done that character in a really good Star Trek way, especially with the way Section 31 has developed over the time. And I think it's kind of weird that the character that they picked to move over from Season 1 as the sort of Section 31 bridge isn't the one that I would have picked. Although it works, the character works, but it's not the one I would have necessarily picked, because I would have picked the other one from Season 1 that, could easily have been a Section 31, and where there was actually a lot of speculation that early on in the season that was where he was coming from because of the way he acted and what he was doing. So I did have some issues with the first season. One of the things about Discovery that I absolutely love, and I think I might get some pushback from Addy on this, maybe, given his love of Next Generation, but for the first time in Star Trek history, folks, in Discovery, Klingons are an actual alien species, not some sort of analog of humans. And human behavior. Of course, in the original in the original series era, Kirk and Spock and so on, the Klingons were basically just a comic relief for totalitarian governments, essentially Earth-based totalitarian governments. They were supposed to be the North Vietnamese. They were supposed to be the communist regimes. They were supposed to be the tin pot dictator type regimes. Supposed to be there to make fun of those. Supposed to be there to make fun of those guys. So when we got to the Next Generation era, they got a little bit better. They got a little bit more alien. But again, they still essentially ended up in a motif where they were exhibiting the best of human warrior culture, the sort of honor before sword. My life is for the service of others. That sort of thing. Still very human. Still a very human ideal, I found, and they were still trying to fit into the sort of human mindset. Finally, in Discovery, we have Klingons who are alien creatures that are evolved from apex predators. There's a lovely scene in season 1 where Laurel, is it, the female Klingon commander, and Voke are having a conversation, and she mentions something about him eating the face of somebody that he killed, which I thought was a wonderful. Yes, that's exactly what Klingons do. Klingons eat the face of their enemies. Klingons are predators. They see the world in predator and prey, with a possible third category for other big / predator creatures that are not a threat to you, but are also not food, are also not prey. And that's really all that matters. And I finally see that in the Klingons that we have in Discovery, and I love that, because I think one of the things that that Star Trek is great at is figuring out how to bridge the human morality with moralities that might come out of entirely different ways of evolution, entirely different ways of thinking. So it's one of the best parts of, in my mind, the Discovery are the Klingons. Yeah, Deanna Troi was kind of awful. I think I agree with Piano Cat there. I like Marina Sirtis as an actress, and I think as the show went on and she got to have more control over the character that she played, Deanna Troi got better. And in the movies especially, I think Deanna Troi is a much better character than she was ever in the TV series. But yeah, there's a lot of problems, I think, with the Troi character. That make it not the best character in the world. Although for a teenage kid, I can totally see where you have fantasies about her, for sure. I was an adult by the time Next Generation came out, so I was spared that. So I do think there's a standout from the Next Generation era, though, and that would be Deep Space Nine. In my mind, Deep Space Nine, up until Discovery, and it's probably a dead heat in my head for Deep Space Nine or Discovery. But what I loved about Deep Space Nine over the other Star Trek series is that in every other Star Trek series, pre-Discovery and excluding DS9, the universe is a very black and white place. There's good, there's bad, there's good, there's evil. There's all these friendly races that are trying to do better and get together and be friends, and then there's all these evil races that are just trying to kill everybody and take over all these planets. And it's a very, Kirk's world is a very black and white world of clear moral distinctions. Picard's world, even though there was Quagmire, Picard's vision was always very clear in a very white light way versus the darkness, if that makes any sense to you at all. Likewise with Janeway, the sort of focus on the Starfleet thing through that whole Voyager thing. Deep Space Nine, on the other hand, is just a wash in grace. There's no black, there's no white. There's like, I mean, you have characters like Garrick in there, the Cardassian spy turned Taylor, who's just the most wonderfully morally complex gray character I think I've ever seen on TV. You have storylines like in The Pale Moonlight where Cisco, basically the commander of the station, basically steals, cheats, becomes an accomplice to murder, hires known criminals in an effort to get something done that was necessary for the war. And it's like something that you can't even ever conceive of Picard even considering doing, despite the fact that it was necessary and it was probably the only way it could get done. So DS9 is another one of those examples where I feel that they took the Star Trek universe and then made it 1,000% better, because they added all this nuance and all this sort of question about the morality of everything going on, and I really quite like that. Alrighty, well, I think I'm putting my life on the line in the qualifier here. Tens is probably not a DTO call, but it's certainly not against aces. It's not. Alrighty, so we're done. We are done in the qualifier in what is almost certainly not a Dara Theory optimal call. Oh well, such is life. And I mean, as much as I love a lot of the later Next Generation, um, the first season of Next Generation is just appalling television. It's badly made, it's badly written, it's badly acted, it's badly put together. There's literally no redeeming qualities. There might be one or two episodes that you could pull out of that first season that have some minor redeeming qualities to them. But in no cases is there a classic episode from the first season that you could pull out at all. They're hackneyed premises. They're racist and sexist in some cases, which is astonishing for the Next Generation, I think. It's just, I mean, things like Haven One is one of them, where it's an all-female society, is just an absurdly sexist take on the whole thing. And there's another one where it's all, or maybe it's the same one. Maybe that same one is both sexist and racist at the same time, because there's also a bunch of dark-skinned people in the show that are very stereotypically portrayed. Although that might have been another episode in the first season. But yeah, no, just that first season of, unfortunately, as much as I love other aspects of the Next Generation, that first season of the Next Generation is just literally awful television, and I wouldn't recommend it to anybody. It's a pain to get through when you're a Star Trek fan, and if you're not a Star Trek fan, it will turn you off Star Trek completely if that's the first thing you experience, I think. That said, from season 3 on, it got remarkably good, and there are some amazing episodes of television in the Next Generation. I think The Inner Light would be one example, which is the one where Picard essentially lives out an entire lifetime in the span of 30 minutes because of some alien technology. That one's a remarkable show. And there's a few other ones that are really, really good and stand up with best of TV drama. Never mind just the best of Star Trek or the best science fiction. It stands up with the best TV drama anywhere, I think. And of course, Patrick Stewart is a phenomenal actor. And you could see him trying to work with the material in the first season and just not having anything to work with. And you can actually see, I think he took a little bit more, just like Troy took a little bit more, or Sirtis took a little bit more control over her role as the movies progressed on, and even the season and even the series to a certain degree, I think. I think Stewart also took control to a certain extent over the character and the development that way because there's marked differences, I think, in the way it goes, and it's much more natural for him as it goes into the later seasons, I think. So I should qualify something I said earlier, actually, about Discovery in the first season and how I didn't like the mirror universe idea that they used in it. I should qualify that by saying I actually really like the mirror universe concepts typically in Star Trek. And I think Deep Space Nine, as one example, did some astonishingly good mirror episode or mirror universe episodes, as did Enterprise actually do a really good final bit with the mirror universe that I thought was really good. But here's the thing. In all of those cases, they were self-contained stories that were just an offshoot to the main plot. They were kind of fun diversions, but they didn't actually change anything in anybody's world, really. Little bit that changed a little bit in Deep Space Nine with the interactions with Sisko and his dead wife, not dead wife, whatever. But it really was, pretty much that was like a diversion off to the side, and it didn't really have any impact on the real world. In Discovery season 1, they used it as a cheap ploy to explain a whole bunch of weird shit, and that just I didn't really like that. It was like it was almost like I felt, and as a writer, I sort of analyzed the sort of thing in the back of my head as well at the same time. I sort of felt like the writers wrote themselves into a corner partway through the season, and then had to come up with some way to explain it all. And that was they went, oh, there we go, we can just, and it was a cheap ploy. I think there was much more interesting ways they could have done it. There's much more ways they could have resolved the questions that they opened in the early part of the season than the way they decided to. So I just wanted to clarify that little bit. I have to say as well, actually, moving off Star Trek, although only slightly off Star Trek, I enjoyed the second season of Orville a heck of a lot more than I liked the first season. The first season I found, much like the first season of Star Trek Next Generation, was very cardboard. It was very wooden. It was very predictable. It was lots of glitz and glamour and gloss with not a lot of substance underneath. When they had some interesting ideas for stories, but when they did try to tell an interesting story, they just told it in a really superficial way, I found, in the first season. But I do think that changed substantially in the second season. I think there was some really good episodes in the second season, and I think the whole arc, the acting and the sort of gel of the crew was a lot better, and the whole feel of the stories was more interesting, I think, in the second season. So I'll be curious to see what they do on the third, especially with the way they ended the second season. And I'm not going to give any spoilers away at all with this one, because there's anything I say about it will be a spoiler. But the way they ended the second season makes some very interesting possibilities for season 3. So we'll see how that goes. I am deeply, deeply, deeply looking forward to the new Patrick Stewart-led series that's coming out shortly. Should be by the end of this year. We still don't think we know what it's called yet, but I am hearing rumors that it's going to be dealing with trying to rebuild the Romulan people after the explosion, which split off the Prime and the Kelvin universes, which a lot of fans are getting confused about because they're saying, well, how can it be set in the Prime universe but the explosion was in the Prime universe. It was the time travel as a result of the explosion that set off the Kelvin universe. So Picard is still in the Prime universe. Nobody has to worry about universe crossing or the TV series changing universes or anything like that. We're still in the TV universe for the Picard series. But I'll be fascinated to see what it is, and if it is about the reunification of the Romulan people after the explosion, it will be a fascinating series because I think the Romulans are the one race in Star Trek that I really would like to have seen a lot more of their cultural life. I think two of the best episodes that don't get discussed enough of the Next Generation are the episodes where Leonard Nimoy guest starred as Spock, coming back trying to work with the reunification of Romulus and Vulcan. And mostly I really love those because of how much time we got to spend at Romulus and how much we got to see the Romulan people. And it's very interesting to see that sort of a militaristic culture. But when you dig down to the people and the families and the children, you get an entirely different perspective. And I think that a series led by Patrick Stewart could do an amazing job of looking at that nuance, I think. And I would be all over. I'd be all over that series if that's what it is. Although I'm pretty sure I'm all over any Star Trek series that Patrick Stewart is reprising his role as Jean-Luc Picard. I'm pretty sure I'm all over that, no matter what. Pinky, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the Mothership. We are playing 2 games of poker at the moment. We've got the Black Hole Nano, where we've got 44,000 chips, 33 of 67, with 31 to go until the money. We are also in a €2 singularity that we are in with a ticket. There's also 2 new Star Trek series that are supposed to be coming out late this year, early next year, an animated, and then another one that I don't really know a ton about the other series actually, but I do worry a little bit about oversaturation. I'm not sure that 4 series at one time is necessarily a good thing for Star Trek, but if it was staggered a bit more, it might be better. But Discovery may have a shorter run. This may be season 3, season 4 might be the sort of end of it. It seems like they're telling a story that has a fairly defined endpoint. So yeah, it happens, Pinky. Put in a bet here with my suited connectors. Blind on blinds, pretty easy bet. It's pretty easy C bet now as well. Yeah, I think I tend to overfold in those spots rather than overcall in those spots, Pinky. When I'm super busy with too many screens, I I tend to just click the fold button automatically, and then I'll go back and I go, why did I fold that hand? Why did I fold that ace queen? Why did I fold that ace jack? Set mine with these fours. Or at the very least, we'll good flop mine with these fours. Yeah, it's always nice to flop bottom set with pair fours. Can't really expect much more than bottom set with pair fours. So you got to be pretty happy when bottom set is what you get. And the funny thing is, any board that you flop top set on, you really don't like, actually, because there's hands out there that'll beat you. So it's alrighty. So I guess gah, should have raised him. I was debating whether I shove the turn or not. I can't raise now, but I also don't think I can fold my set. He does not have to have. I was actually putting him on a two pair or like a queen 10 type hand when he bet the turn there. So I think I just have to call off here. It's a good bet by him. He almost got it through. The main problem with my call on that hand is that his turn action could easily have signified a flush draw, club draw coming in as well. So I'm not sure he's calling clubs on my flop bet though. That's the thing. So I actually thought he hit. Yeah, well, and bounties are things to pay attention to for sure. So we're just barely sitting on a money spot in the black hole nano. I'm going to put in a raise here with my suited cards. I think we'll see bet this as well. It's not quite as easy as it was last time, but I think we're still going to do it. He puts in the raise, so I think we get away from it this time. Ha! I see. Okay, I gotcha. I understand now. I've actually done that where I've been watching Ian stream and playing and thinking that the hand I'm watching on the stream. And I've done it on my own as well because I always have the 3-minute delay up on my television set over there. So I'll be watching my TV going, oh shit, I have to bet this hand. And then I'm looking down at my tables going, wait a second, that hand's not. Oh, that's right. That's 3 minutes ago. Okay, right. I forgot. I understand now. Yeah, so we're just barely in the money in the Black Hole Nano. It is we're 33 of 60 with 35 getting paid. So we're got a good chance of being there, but chance we won't as well. Chance we'll go deeper. Who knows? Lots can happen yet in the Black Hole. But we're into freeze-out territory now. The reg period is closed, so we now are just playing a freeze-out. Let's clean up my now playing. We've only got 2 games going at the moment. Let's have a look at another. Is there a qualifier running for a €2 ticket? No, not at this moment. What do I got? So. Just looking at what my Unibet tickets that I won from Eni's free rolls yesterday can get me. So with a €1 ticket, I can go to either 4 or 10. I really don't like the options on the €4 tickets. 4 into 25 is not a great. It's not terrible, I guess. It's like 6 and a bit. Yeah, I guess that's what we'll do with that one. Cool. Alrighty. Well, I think we're going to jump into the Alrighty, well, I just jumped into the €1 Singularity, which starts in 25 minutes as well, so we'll add that one to our day when it comes up. Hey, go MV! Grab it, my friend. Like I say, I was out pretty quick in that one today. It was a pretty brutal hand. That's kind of the way Omaha goes, right? You either win those hands early on or you get crippled by them or busted by them. So. We're also in the €1 Singularity on a ticket, so what you'll notice is that it is reflected in our average buy-ins, but not our total buy-ins. I don't even think it's in our average buy-ins. I'm gonna have to look at that. I'm gonna have to look at that number because that does not look right. 34 cents today. We've played a 1 and a 2, and a 50, and a 60, and a 25, and a 40. Yeah, that does not seem. That seems too low. Must be taking zeros into account rather than numbers of Yeah, never mind. That's my back end spreadsheet thinking. I'll have to look at how that's calculated because that's not right. Yeah, totally. Omaha's notorious for strange and horrible cards coming out to ruin everything. Sorry about that. Just doing some work in the background. Nice one, MVE. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I find with me, it's a pretty weird thing. I bust that a lot, but then I won it the other day as well. So it's kind of a weird one. I think I'm going to play it more often for sure, but I don't cash nearly as often as you do. But I did win the thing, so. I think MVE likes to play a pretty conservative bankroll strategy. That and I totally get that. It's doesn't impact your roll too much when you have a bad day. So, trying to decide on my ace queen here. Probably can't call. Hard to decide whether that's like an ace 10 or whether that's like a diamond draw. But yeah, nice one, MVE. I have to agree with you. The feeling of playing free money is a really good feeling. It's even when I go on a losing streak. I mean, I do get a little negative, but it's hard to get really negative because I know at the end of the day, everything I have is still free money at this point on Unibet. So, I can't really complain all that much, frankly. But you can totally build a bankroll on Unibet from zero. And it doesn't even take you that long to do it if you've got a modicum of poker skills, I think, because I certainly don't consider myself a great poker player by any stretch of the imagination. I'm decidedly average. I don't think I'm a bad poker player by any stretch of the imagination, but I certainly don't think I'm, in the top tier or even the second tier or even the fifth or sixth tier probably of of poker players. But So I guess what I'm trying to say is that if I can build a bankroll from zero on this on Unibet, I think just about anybody with a modicum of poker skills can build a bankroll from zero on Unibet. Now, how far you can take that bankroll is an entirely different story. I mean, I am finding myself stalled a little bit around the 150 to 200 euro mark, but I think that's just a case of being stalled. We've been stalled at a couple other points in our bankroll. As you can see, our bankroll graph is, we kind of stalled out at a couple of other points as well. So, I'm not too worried about it. Not getting much for hands here in the last few minutes. Quiet on the poker tables. Quiet on the poker front. I haven't had a visit from my deer neighbors again either, which is surprising. They normally, pretty sure it's not the same family every year because they don't live for, they only live for 8 or 10 years, I think, deer. But I do think it's generations that are similar, i.e. they tend to they tend to stay in the same areas that they grew up in. So, if a mother raises a female fawn at a certain spot, there's a good chance that fawn will bring her babies back first few times to a similar area, and so on. For the last 3 or 4 years, I've had, well, actually, most of the time I've lived here, I think for about 10 years, I've had various, in the spring, I get the mothers and their babies, and then in the fall, I get rutting males that come down with their harems, and then I sometimes get fun antler fights out behind my house between males jockeying for females. So that's always kind of fun to watch. Try to get some pictures of that if it happens. That doesn't happen until the fall, though. That's not something that's going to happen anytime soon out here. That's awesome, MVE. You got to match me and win that one. Nice, nice, nice. You feel free to celebrate there, buddy. That's you crushed that tournament. 9-1. That is a crushing in hockey. Don't get scores like that very often unless it's one of the powerhouses playing a team that doesn't play hockey. Sweden's got some damn good hockey players. Sweden has got some damn good hockey players. I'm a lifelong Calgary Flames fan, having grown up in Calgary, and I was a teenager when the Atlanta Flames moved to Calgary back in the early 80s. And I've watched them the whole time, and one of my all-time favorite players was a member of the original Calgary Flames from Sweden, Håkan Loob. Don't know if that name is familiar to you or not. He's an older player. He's, like I say, he was playing in the 80s, but he was definitely not only was he a good hockey player, he was a very gentlemanly on the ice. Played the kind of hockey that I like to see played, frankly. Skill hockey as opposed to brute hockey. And one of the things I'm not thrilled about with Canadian hockey is that we tend to play the brute hockey more often than we play the skill hockey sometimes. And I wish because we can play skill hockey with the best of them. I wish we did more often. I think they're whitetail, Piano Cat. A little hard to tell at this age. I didn't really get a good look at the mom because she was laying down on the grass. The babies all have a nice big white. The fawns all had a nice big white butt. But there are certain species that the fawns have a white butt, and then they get darker as they get older. I think I'm just calling this off here. It's the black hole. I need the chips because I'm not going to be able to. I don't think I'm going to be able to fold into the money. So, gross. Oh well. We are done in the black hole. Just the 2-year singularity running now. We're going to have the 1-year singularity starting up here in a second as well. So there will be 2 games going. But yeah, so getting back to the deer. So I think they're whitetail, and when I get a better look at the mom, I'll know for sure. But yeah, I think they're whitetail. That's pretty common. They're pretty common around here. We have a few. We have some mule deer. We have some whitetail. We have a smaller breed of antelope that's got just straight horns that are I don't know, probably 2/3 the size of a white-tailed deer. Then we also have elk, which are quite a bit bigger. Then we have the odd moose, although moose aren't hugely common in this part of Canada. Just a little bit too much flat, dry land here for the moose. They prefer to be closer to bodies of water, fresh water. But we do get the odd moose here from time to time. Ant-Man, good to see you, buddy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Alrighty, so we got the break kicking off now. I'm gonna get some commercials set up for you.
It's free. Yes, for the coupon inside these special packages of Betty Crocker Cake Mix, you get one package of Lipton's Frosty Dessert Mix, chocolate or vanilla flavor. Remember, if you like ice cream, you'll love Lipton Frosty. It's so easy to make. Wholesome fresh milk is all you add for that real old-fashioned homemade goodness. It only takes 5 minutes of your time. Your refrigerator does the rest. Yes, you can get a full-size package of Lipton Frosty free with this coupon that you'll find in this special package of Betty Crocker Cake Mix. This is the new Betty Crocker Cake Mix. Smoother batter with easier beating. New directions, too. Just 2 simple steps. And of course, you'll get a cake with that real homemade goodness because you add the eggs. Try serving a cake like this with Frosty. You can get a full package of Lipton's Frosty free for the coupon inside this package of Betty Crocker Cake Mix.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Ed Hurley, and I have some wonderful news for you. Reader's Digest reports that new Colgate Dental Cream with miracle anti-enzyme ingredient Gardol is the only toothpaste with clinical proof of its effectiveness in actually reducing the formation of new cavities. Now, here's the reason, as Reader's Digest reports it. The most effective anti-enzyme toothpaste ingredient tested is Colgate's Gardol, known as sodium and lauryl sarcosinate. One of the foremost dental authorities proved this new Colgate discovery continues to guard against decay-causing enzymes even 12 hours after brushing. That is why, in full-year clinical tests supervised by leading dental authorities, 4 out of 5 who used new Colgates with Gardol just morning and night developed no new cavities whatever. Yes, Reader's Digest reports it. New Colgate Dental Cream with Gardol is the only toothpaste with clinical proof of its effectiveness in actually reducing the formation of new cavities.
The dessert that never stops being different. It's a pudding. It's a pie. It's Jell-O pudding and pie filling. The start of dozens of desserts of your own creation. Here's a lemon meringue pudding, elegant to see and with the same grand flavor you get in lemon meringue pie. Easy directions for making lemon meringue pudding are on the back of the package. After adding sugar, water, and egg yolks to Jell-O lemon pudding, bring it to a rich, bubbling boil. It's fragrant with cooked-in lemon goodness. Then beat up 2 egg whites until foamy, add sugar, and beat until peaks form. Now, very slowly, fold in the hot lemon pudding mixture. Lemon meringue pudding, a new, glamorous, exciting dessert. Your family will enjoy the creamy smoothness of all 5 flavors. You'll think of dozens of new ways to serve Jell-O pudding and pie filling, the dessert that never stops being different.
Does she or doesn't she? Does she or doesn't she? In the softest candlelight or brightest party lights. Hair color by Miss Clairol looks so natural, only her hairdresser knows for sure. Why not have a heart-to-heart talk with your own mirror right now? You simply can't look fresh and vital if your hair looks dull and faded like this. And graying strands do add years to one's looks, as anyone can see. Miss Clairol adds clear, shining color quickly and easily. And that isn't all. See how Miss Clairol beauty treats the texture. If you could actually touch this silky hair, see its glowing color, you'd wonder, does she or doesn't she? So why hesitate about your hair? More women use Miss Clairol than any other hair coloring, because Miss Clairol adds color that looks so natural, only your hairdresser knows for sure. Try it. You'll love it.
We're back. We just got the €1 singularity up running now as well. So we got two singularities running, €1 and €2. 50 euro guarantee and 75 euro a guarantee. No one's been betting, so I don't think there's a 10 jack out there, which means I think we're going to have the best hand here. So I'm going to put in a value bet here on the river. With no one betting the flop or the turn, I don't see any king, any queen, any 10 jack hand out there. And the only other aces are going to be worse aces than mine, is what I see. So that's why I put in the bet there. I can get called by a worse ace. I can get called by 6 there, I think. Queen 7 would have played nicely here on the €1 singularity table. But unfortunately, we chose to fold it. Registration ends in a minute for the €2 singularity. Oh, it might have, it has a higher prize pool. It's not a €75 anymore. It is a €100. Cool. Cool. I'm good with that. Alrighty, so, but we actually broke the guarantee. It's 118.80 in the prize pool. So nice. Very nice. We're 36 away from the money. 11 places are getting paid in this. Currently I'm sitting 19th, so I'm not in a paying spot, but that's cool. We are now registration closed. No more late entries. Total of 46 players. currently still in it. 66 total entries. I am 20th of 46. I think Queen 7's probably a fold here. 6-9 on the other table, folded out. These singularities go pretty slow sometimes. So we're sitting with just under 30 big blinds on the €2 table. Nothing like a good check shove to make a big stack. Think a little bit and stop in his tracks. Just make sure you can time it right, because sometimes they turn out badly for you. Well, I mean, you know, so sometimes there's no way to avoid turning out badly, but picked up a pretty big hand on the €2 table. Ace Queen in the big blind. We got a raise from a very active player in early position, so I think we're going to go over top of this. He's been raising into our blind and elsewhere quite a bit, so I think we're going to come over top of this, or are we going to call and see a flop against him with, because we got a lot of value with Ace Queen suited. We're 100% ahead of his range. Not taking into account that he's an early position raiser, but taking into account who he is. We're pretty happy with that flop, so I think we're going to continue. Obviously thrilled with that turn. Hopefully he's going to bet into us, trying to bluff us off the pot. Because we're not thrilled with the, we know he doesn't have a straight flush, but because we're not thrilled with the paired board, I think we're going to put in a raise here, check raise here. I could have called that turn and then looked for another bet on the river, but I think there are some cards that come that are a little gross on the river, and I'm not positive that when I check he bets, he bluffs, depending on the river. So I figured that my best chance for value there was to put in the check raise on the turn. Yes, I think Framboise is one of Hensy's names. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I must admit I like Hensy's Dubai princess name. We lost our aggressive big stack player on the or aggressive player on the uh, on the €2 table here. Yeah. Good luck there, Piano Cat. Maybe I should have just rage quit and walked away from my computer. I might have gone deeper in the black hole. Nano. But that wouldn't be very entertaining for you guys now, would it? So interesting to see Espen's announcement over the weekend that he's quitting streaming. Get his reasons. You know, he's right that I don't think the serious crushers in poker are regular streamers, and vice versa. I don't think the regular streamers are necessarily serious crushers. I think there's some really good players among them. I mean, I'm not dissing the skills of people like Lex or Fenton or Jamie or Kevin or anyone like that, but they're not the crushers. They're not the absolute guys that are crushing the high stakes. They're not the ones that are killing the high stakes heads up matches. They're not the ones that are taking away all the money from the high stakes cash matches online. So I totally get that. And I know that it's keeping a schedule is pretty can be pretty rigorous in your personal life as well. If you're if you've got a family and things like that, it can be pretty rough. It's a little easier as a single guy like I am, but it can still be pretty tough to keep up the schedule all the time. So I totally get his reasons, for sure. They don't really apply to me because I'm not a crusher, and I really have no illusions about ever being one. I mean, I'd like to get better at the game. I'm not saying that, but I don't think I'm ever going to be one of the top tier poker players in the world. That's just not, that's just not in the cards for a guy who started this game so late, I don't think. And I honestly think that my best place in the poker world is to put out an entertaining media product. Frankly, I think that's. I think if I have a place in the poker world, that's probably what it is. So after having looked at his reasons, like I said in my subtweet to him or retweet to him, something that all streamers need to think about, and I've thought about it, and I think I'm exactly where I should be for the best thing for my poker career. However, I can totally understand that Espen adds up those numbers in a totally different way than I do. So I totally get why he's quitting. But it's interesting to see. I wonder what that's going to do. That's another Unibet affiliated streamer that's no longer streaming. So that'll be interesting to see what happens there. Yeah, it would have been better if he spelled princess correctly. You're right. But as said, it might be a character limit thing. I'm not sure. Yeah. I could see it being either. I could see it being a character limit, and I can see it being him misspelling. I can see both pretty easily. I could see both occurring. Right, I gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Rage shove a couple times, and then rage quit. There's a pattern to these things. It's like in live poker. If you try to take the jacket equity of putting on your jacket when you're all in without first taking the stand-up equity, the jacket equity just doesn't work, right? The jacket equity is added to the stand-up equity. You don't get jacket equity on your own, but when you stand up, you get a little bit of equity with your all in, and then when you put your jacket on instead, you get a little bit of equity on top of that. But just sitting there in a chair and putting your jacket on, that's no equity at all at a live poker table. So yeah, it's like a progressive thing. So I totally get the rage shove leading to rage quit thing as being a required path there. I can totally get it. Yeah, I mean, I totally would love to see the 0.2, 0.4 qualifier level increased a bit. I'd like to see them run maybe twice an hour instead of once an hour, or once every once an hour for those. And the €2 I'm finding are like once every 2 hours, maybe even. I haven't been finding them on a regular basis as often. But I go through phases of playing a bunch of them and then not playing them at all, and then playing a bunch and then not playing them at all. So, I mean, I don't really know. But I would like to see a few more running for sure. Yeah, it's nitty, but I should probably get out of the way with that. So far, it's been a pretty brutal day for our bankroll. We did get a 6-cent booty from the Dwarf Star, but that's all we've managed to get so far today. Busted the Abyss Nano, busted the Black Hole Nano. We played a qualifier that we busted. We busted the Dwarf Star Bounty Nano. We're still playing in the 2 singularities that we are in, though, so that would be nice. We're in both of these on tickets. The €1 singularity ticket I won from a 20-cent qualifier the other day. And the €2 ticket I just purchased with my Eni bonus points. So thank you, Eni, for buying me into this tournament, my friend. It's nice to see the guarantee on these. I should change this again. The guarantee went back up. They dropped 75 for a while on these €2. So it's nice to see they went back up to 100 now. And we cracked it today anyways. It was like 121 euros in the prize pool today. So we beat it anyways. I think the €1 is probably gonna get there too. There's 42 people already. It only needs a little bit over 50 to get there, so this is a tricky hand. I mean, we're certainly liking the flop to a certain extent, but that's also a very big bet relative to the pot. So our odds are not great to make the call for a gut shot or backdoor spades. So I think we just got to get out of the way here with our stack. Yeah. Let's shove the ace-9 here. Only 12 big blinds. There's much else I can do blind on blind. Yeah, it is nice to see. It is nice to see the ability to buy. The ability to buy tickets, nano tickets. Alrighty, and again, I think given our chip stack and our position and everything else, I think this is a 3-bet shove as well, frankly. Nice. Okay, that gives us a bit more breathing room. No, people shouldn't stream for that long. I think I've got I might do a super long stream as a novelty thing sometime. There is a 24-hour fundraiser, gaming fundraiser thing that happens in the fall here in Canada for children's hospitals that I might participate in. It's like you game for 24 hours and raise money for it. So I might do a gaming stream, poker stream, and possibly other games for that and raise some money for the children's hospital here. But no, other than sort of special events like that, I don't think. And I mean, even somebody like Arlie Shaman, who did that ridiculous thing like 100 and some odd days in a row streaming. No, dude, that's dangerous. That's dangerous shit for your body. Don't do that sort of shit. Take a break. Have a weekend every once in a while. Um, walk away from the cameras. Walk away from the poker tables for a little bit. You can't be. That's. I mean, I guess maybe when you're. I mean, I guess we all do that sort of thing sometimes when we're a kid. I can remember, working on projects for absurd amounts of time when I was a kid, doing certain things in university or in some of my first jobs. But yeah, I mean, I think there's definitely a point, and you know, you won't ever see me go much longer than 6 hours maximum. I think at this point, and anytime I'm at that level, it's because I've gone really deep in a tournament, and I'm only there until we finish, kind of thing. So yeah, I'm not. It's not something that I'm going to do much at all, except for special occasions, like I say. Take it down, MVE. Take it down. Yeah, and I mean, he is totally in a different league. He's in a different league in those stakes he plays. He's in a different league in his skill level, and he's in a different league uh, with his Twitch viewership as well. So, I mean, I'm not trying to compare myself to Espen in any way. Um, but I think the points he brings up are interesting, and no matter how big your audience is, no matter how big the stakes you play for, no matter what game you play, and no matter what your schedule is, as a streamer, you need to think very seriously about how that impacts your life, frankly, I think, and how it impacts your poker career or your place in the poker world or your place in whatever game you happen to be playing. Thing. So I totally get that, but I'm not trying to compare myself to Espen in any way. He's in a completely different league from me, and I have no objection, no problem admitting that. Yeah, I remember when everyone was praising Arlie for going like 100+ days in a row, and I was like, guys, you shouldn't really be encouraging that sort of thing, frankly. I mean, I see the same thing in sports, actually. One of the reasons why I got out of sports as a kid was I was actually getting encouraged by coaches to quote unquote play hurt. And they're like, that's stupid. If I play hurt, it's going to make the hurt worse. Okay, let me heal. Let me go back on the field when I'm 100%, and I'll give you a much better game. I'm not going to play my best game when I'm hurt, and I'm going to make my hurt worse. So why are you ruining one of your players just for this specific moment? So it's the same sort of thing. I just don't think you should be I think being 100% matters. So well, I mean, I think things will change. I don't necessarily think that there's nothing inherent about streaming on Stars that gives you an audience. The reason that Star streamers get their audience is because PokerStars is super good about promoting their streamers. And PokerStars also happens to have a massive social media audience that they already have captive from their previous glory days. So that definitely helps. But I think that you're seeing increasing numbers with the party streamers as well. So I honestly think that things are going to look different in poker, online poker in 2021, quite a bit different than they have previously. So. Yeah, that's one of the problems I have with streams as well. Is that with the super busy streams, is that I just can't follow the chat, and it doesn't really feel like I'm being part of it. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. I like to be able to interact to a certain degree with my viewers, and not just the sort of regulars, just sort of anybody that's here to chat. I like to be able to interact with you. And yeah, at a certain point, I think that's just going to be impossible with too many people. And I don't know what the solution for that is, because obviously you want more viewers as a streamer, and the more viewers you get, the more chance I would have to, get advertising and things like that to actually maybe turn this into a business instead of quote unquote wasting 5 hours of my life 3 or 4 days a week. I say that in quotes because I don't feel like I'm wasting anything, even if I never turn it into a business. I'm still producing content that I enjoy. I'm still having a community with people that I enjoy hanging out with. So it's it's a net it's plus EV no matter what happens, frankly. But so Ace King here. We're still quite a ways from the money, so I think we just have to be aggressive with this and try to get chips with our stack. It's not like we're falling into cash here or anything. Yeah, well, and part of the thing, I mean, I've thought about doing those sorts of things but I don't want to build my numbers that way, frankly. I don't want people to be coming to the stream just to get my free roll password or just to participate in my giveaway for the channel. I certainly would love to run and will run some contests, I think, for the regular viewers and stuff as we go forward. I plan to do some of that. But yeah, when you start doing that as kind of a regular thing that you're promoting a lot of, I think you get people. One of the things I noticed with Ian's stream is that he'll have like 35 or 40 of us regular viewers there that are there all the time. But then his stream numbers jump to like 120 or 150 when the free roll passwords come out, and then they drop again, then they jump again, and then they drop again. And I don't really want that audience, frankly. I want an audience that's actually engaged with me and that's here because they want to come hang out with me, like you guys. So I don't have any actual numbers on that, Pinky. I do know for a fact that even if you're one of the top-rated streamers around, you're maybe making a decent middle-class income off of your Twitch stream. You're not making poker player star earnings off of it by any stretch of the imagination. I'm talking like a $40,000 or $50,000 a year kind of income, and that's the top tier guys. That's the guys like that's somebody like an Elkie back in the day, or a Lex today, or people like that. A good chunk of their revenue is actually coming from their sponsorships that they get for the stream and things like that. It's not actually coming from the subscriptions and things like that. Subscriptions aren't terrible revenue, but I don't think any poker streamers actually make their living off of sub revenue. Now, it's possible for some of the other games where you get 20K, 30K, 40K viewers and that many subs. It's possible that those guys are making better money off of their sub money. But I haven't seen numbers directly, but and I won't even go into much more detail because I shouldn't really talk about it too much anyways. But let's just say I have some inside information that tells me what at least some of them have made through subs to a certain degree, and it's not huge numbers. It's not, people aren't becoming millionaires off of Twitch subs. Trust me on that. At least not poker players. At least not poker players for the most part. Nice little cash there, though, MV. You can't complain much about that. It's a good run. It's one of those things where, the aces in Pot Limit Omaha is something that I really like to go super aggro with pre-flop. A lot of times I'm slowing down with it post-flop, though. If people come along with me for the ride, then once the flop comes, there's so many ways your aces can be bad. So it's tricky. It's a tricky hand to play, and bare aces in Pot Limit Omaha is a deceptively weak hand. It looks stronger than it is. Aces with a couple of suits is awesome, of course, but I mean, one statistic that I heard was that when Elke was at his height, he was only making something like 4K to 5K a month off of his sub fees, which, when Elke was at his height, he was massively crushing streaming numbers. And I know that streamers like Jamie Staples and other streamers of his sort of level look at other sponsorship deals to make their money, much more so than they look at Twitch subscription revenue. It's kind of the Twitch subscription revenue is a nice little bit of extra, sort of like the tips you would get as a waitress. It's not your salary. It's not what you pay your bills out of. But it's a nice little add-on at the end of the month to, or well, in the case of tips every night. But in this case, it's a nice little add-on to the more substantial revenue that you get from the other, more substantial, more regular revenue that you get from your other sources. But yeah, I mean, I think if you're a guy like Somerville or Lex, and you think that 60 or 80K a year is good money, which if you're a guy like Somerville or Lex, you probably don't think that 60 or 80K a year is good money. But if you do, then you could probably live off your Twitch streamers. But you have to be Lex or Somerville to make that kind of money, I think, off of Twitch subs. And the thing is by the time you're Lex or Somerville, that kind of money doesn't seem that important to you, if that makes sense, I guess. So it's kind of hard to talk about Somerville in the same voice anymore, though. He's not really a streamer anymore. I mean, obviously he's the original massive streamer. I guess you might say Elky's the original massive streamer, but I mean, I think Somerville's the one that really turned it into a thing, so to speak. We're all in with our ace queen here. 6 to go until the money. We are 2 out of a money spot here. We take it down. And again. Do we want to do it again? Do we want to do it again? I think we do. I think we do. Nice to pick up a couple of pots there. Lines and antes. Doesn't move us into a scoring spot, but it does move us 1 up the ranks. You're still 7 to 23. Take that one down. I mean, if you take that one down, Piano Cat, that will be a pretty epic story to tell people, frankly. So I think you should really, at this point, it's you're crushing that, and it's a pretty can be a pretty epic story here. So let's take it down. Let's take that down. Just registered in the €2 shooting star bounty as well. Let me bump that into the bankroll. Alrighty. So let's go with Alrighty, well, so we just got the shooting star bounty up on the table as well, and it's just dealing its first hand, which we will fold out of. 12 of 16 in the Singularity, €2 left, 11 getting paid. So we're 5 away from the money. I'm 1 out of a money spot. As things play out now, I will be the Bubble Boy. Pair of 9s here in the Shooting Star. It's a pretty short stack tournament, so not going to go very long. I think given the pre-flop action, we're going to put in a pretty chunky bet here with our overpair. Yes, Rage Crush. That would be an awesome story to tell, I think. How you rage crush the black hole. And yeah, I think we're just going to keep putting the pressure on. Might be a really quick day in the Shooting Star. Like I say, it might be a really quick day in the Shooting Star. Oh, I don't think there's any reason for me to suspect he had diamonds there, but there's no reason for him not to have diamonds either, so. And the Jack High just takes it from us. We are done in the Shooting Star. Well, that was a quick swing and a miss. That was a quick swing and a miss. It was such a quick swing and a miss. Let's jump into the nano version of that same tournament, which I think is also still. Oh, that one doesn't. Oh, yeah, there we go. Shooting Star, Bounty, and Nano. Alrighty, so we just jumped in the Shooting Star, Bounty, and Nano. Which is here, and I will get that title fixed for you as well. So that is a €15 guarantee. Yeah. There we go. Our titles are fixed now as well. Put in a raise with our suited king. We're now 14 of 15 in the singularity. I should have been in that singularity pot. We are going to be all in with our ace king, though. I'll head over there in a second once we see what this hand brings out. We won the hand in the on the singularity as well, but I think it was more interesting to stay and watch this one on the shooting star that we just didn't take his bounty on, but we did manage to take down the hand. When he made an extremely loose call on our shove, there's no way he should have called there with just a bear queen. He should know that we have the king queen there, or at least, at best he's chopping that pot when he calls. I mean, I don't think we ever bluff there. I don't think anybody ever bluffs there, but he gets there with his hearts. That keeps him alive, so we might still have a chance to take his booty. I don't think you scared anybody away. I think everybody's still here. We still got 9 viewers. I don't think you scared people away. We're 13 of 14 now in the 2-year singularity. 3 to go until the money. I would have taken his bounty on that one if I was in with my 4-7, but he's got the weirdest hand on the 1-year singularity. Let's bring that up on the replay, and you guys can have a quick look at it. Oh, well, yeah, I'm on the wrong table. This is the 1-year singularity, not 2-year singularity, but so we're under the gun, or we're early position. We got a queen jack. We put in the raise with it. Get called by the big blind. No big deal. We check through on the king high flop. Same when the king comes on the turn, we check. We pair a queen on the river, so we put in a bet after he checks. And he calls us off with a 10-8. I mean, I get that maybe I'm bluffing there sometimes, but you're not even beating anything with a 10-8, so I don't know. Anyways, we're on to another break, so I'm going to head you guys off to the break, and we'll be right back after a few short messages.
Dickie, are you in the kitchen? Mustn't touch the cake I just baked.
Well, Mother, after all, no one really can resist a rich, moist cake made with a Betty Crocker cake mix. It's got that special homemade goodness, just begging to be eaten. Boy, I'd grab a slice of it, too. It's just as fluffy and moist as the cakes Betty Crocker and her staff make. In fact, Betty Crocker white cake mix is a favorite Betty Crocker recipe, already measured and blended. It contains famous soft-as-silk cake flour and premium cake shortening. All you have to do is add water and fresh eggs, and you get a fine, snowy white cake. A great big cake, too. In fact, 9 out of 10 homemakers in recent tests said Betty Crocker cake mixes with fresh eggs gave them bigger, taller cakes than the other cake mixes they tested. Betty Crocker cake mixes give you a full 1.25 pounds of cake mix. That's more than any other nationally sold cake mix. And remember, those fresh eggs added to Betty Crocker cake mixes help give that special homemade goodness. Try Betty Crocker cake mixes and always make big, moist, fresh egg cakes.
Be with us again next week when General Mills presents June and Stu Irwin in Trouble with Father.
Radiantly alive. When your hair looks radiantly alive, then you feel radiantly alive. Thanks to Prel, Liquid Prel, the extra rich shampoo.
There's no other shampoo like Liquid Prel. Liquid Prel is extra rich. That's why it leaves your hair looking radiantly alive. How gloriously different Liquid Prel is from thin, watery, and wasteful shampoos, or thick, sticky ones that can actually dull your hair. Wonderfully different Liquid Prel is extra rich. Every emerald green drop bursts into luxuriously rich lather that leaves your hair looking radiantly alive, and you feel so radiantly alive.
Thanks to Prel, Liquid Prel, the extra rich shampoo.
And you certainly are lovely, Trudy.
Looks like Mrs. Brady's getting acquainted with her new neighbor. Let's look over the back fence and see how things are going.
Hello there. I've been meaning to come over and introduce myself. I'm Jane Brady.
You couldn't have picked a better time to be neighborly. I'm so discouraged about my wash. Yours looks so much brighter and cleaner than mine. How on earth do you do it?
Well, I had the same trouble before I found out about that wonderful new Fab. You know, Fab whitens as it washes and without bleaching. In fact, Fab gets my clothes whiter without bleaching than any other product I ever heard of with bleach in the wash water.
I took Mrs. Brady's advice, and this time used Fab. What a difference. Now my clothes are really white, a livelier white, and so clean. They smell fresh and sweet.
Yes, Fab washes cleaner than any soap in the world in the hardest water. Gets out dirt, leaves no dulling soap scum. Fab brightens washable colors, and it's wonderfully mild to hands.
Well, it looks as if Mrs. Brady has made a new friend. And another new customer for Fab.
Yes, more and more in every store. The folks all grab for Fab.
We're back. 3 tables of poker action going. 2 Euro Singularity, where we are 3 away from the money at the moment. However, we're not in a cashing spot currently. We can get there still. We'll see what happens. We've also got a 1 Euro Singularity, which is coming up to the end of late registration. We've also got the Shooting Star Bounty Anano. We busted in one hand in the Shooting Star Bounty, 2 euros, so we jumped in the nano version after we busted the big version. What are you going to do? I think this is going to be it for me for streaming today. Once these 3 wind down, I'm going to be done for the day. Still have some work left to do once I get off stream, so yeah, Pinky, it's that time of year in Canada as well. This is the time of year in Canada where you can wake up in the morning and have to turn your furnace on, and then by the middle of the day you have to turn your air conditioner on, and then by the time you go to bed again, you better turn your furnace on, because if you don't turn your furnace on, you're going to wake up and you're going to be freezing to death when you wake up in the morning. So yeah, it's that time of year in Canada, unfortunately. My inside of my house was like 27 yesterday, so I had to turn my air conditioner on. And then I didn't turn my furnace on last night when I went to bed, and I woke up this morning and the inside of my house is like 14 Celsius, so I'm like shivering like crazy when I went down to make my coffee. I had to turn the furnace on for a couple of minutes just to get it warmed up again. So yeah, unfortunately it's one of those periods where we never really know what our temperature is going to be. Yeah. We doubled up our money early on in the Shooting Star Bounty after a fairly bizarre hand, if I recall correctly. I'm trying to remember exactly what happened, but oh yeah, we rivered the nuts, and he went crazy with not the nuts. That's right. We rivered the straight, and he just lost his head with the smaller straight. It's nice to know I have lurkers. I actually didn't even realize I had lurkers, so it's cool to see you lurking back there, Rage. I tend to watch my viewer number, but I actually don't really have any idea who you people are in a lot of cases unless you talk in chat, because I don't actually look at the viewers that are active, usually. I guess we're going to call off the shove with our jacks. And we hold. Nice. That's a booty. That's a 9-cent booty. That's a 9-cent booty. Right, makes sense. Like I say, I don't even actually look at the viewer list. I haven't even really looked at the viewer list. If you're not interacting in chat, then I don't actually know who you are. So. I'm not even sure I know where to find the viewer list. I can find the chat list. I know where the people in chat are, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're viewing. They could have the chat window open without the stream going. I don't actually know where to find a list of people currently viewing my stream. If you have an easy way to find that number, Piano Cat, whisper it to me in the IM if you don't mind. We're 2 to go in the 2 Euro Singularity, but I am in last place. Put in a raise with my ace-8 here from the cutoff. C-bet. Let's go back to the Singularity table. There's an interesting thing happening there. For the record, I turned the straight on the Singularity. We don't lose a player, but we do... He is very short stacks. We're 12 of 13 now. We still need to get through 2 players, though, to make the money, which means we're definitely going to need to build our stack. I don't think we can expect... Well, it's possible. We maybe shouldn't have folded our King 10 here, but we did anyways. Scrimped being actually, yeah, there's a bunch of people that could be... We could actually be in the money on this hand if it goes the right way, with any luck. Oh, come on, have the jack, head shoot. Have the jack. Have the jack. Oh, so gross. Oh, well. So, we are the bubble boy. As of now, tournament's played hand for hand. We are the bottom stack. We are going to have to do something to move on. Unless someone on the other table loses their head, which would be nice, obviously, for us. Yeah, funny. I mean, I guess as long as the bots are pumping up my average views number, I'm okay with that. But it's weird. I just don't really know why there's bots on a channel like mine. That doesn't really make a lot of sense from a perspective. If I'm a bot maker, why am I putting them on channels that don't have a lot of viewers? Yeah, I think we're just all in here on the bubble with our ace jack. I mean, I don't know why I was hesitating. I don't really think there's anything else I can do. And of course, he gets there. Why does that happen so often when you're on the bubble and you get in with the best hand? Why does it happen that they get there so often? I mean, you know, I should win. I should win there, right? 70% of the time. So I don't know. Seems weird. Seems like if you get in on the bubble in a spot like that, you're gonna lose to the worst hand. But you know, I don't know. It's weird. Alrighty, so we are still in the €1 Singularity and the Shooting Star Bounty Nano after we bubbled that €2. It's so depressing having to put zeros in my bankroll tracker, but sadly we have to. Oh, that's viewers to the stream, not chatters? Okay, I always thought it was viewers. Right? I mean, I always thought that was the chat list, or the list of chatters. Because there sometimes seems to be more people on that list than there are on the viewer count. I don't know. So we still got this Singularity for €1 going with a €50 guarantee. And we still got the Shooting Star Bounty and Nano are running as well. We're doing pretty well in that one. Got like a triple stack at this point. 4 of 27. Nice one, Piano Cat. Let's put in the raise from the button with Jack 10 here. I would have C-bet that if he doesn't shove, but what's the guy to do? I should have shoved pre. I wasn't actually looking at the blinds and my stack. Bad Lyle. Bad Lyle. Yeah, you're right. Confirmation bias. Probably. It's what it's what you remember. Yes, confirmation bias and the human brain's disaster mode thinking. We have We are programmed to remember bad things way more than we remember good things, because bad things could kill us back in the day, whereas good things just made us happy. So, not that big of a deal. But, when we're keyed to remember everything that happens to us in and around tragic, bad events, because what that does is it keys us, in evolutionarily speaking, it keys us into being aware of our safety when we're hunter-gatherer type creatures back in the day. Unfortunately, it extends into today's time period as well. And what it means is, in things like poker, you remember your bad beats a lot more clearly than you remember the times. Never mind, you remember it more clearly than the times things happen the way they should. You even remember it more clearly than the times you suck out and you're the guy that's delivering the bad beat to the other person. So yeah, it's unfortunately that all goes back to the idea that we need to be keenly aware of bad things in order to avoid being eaten by the lion, basically. Yeah, I don't know. I've always just sort of trusted the viewer count as being, as telling me a relevant number, but for all I know, it could be a random number generator behind the viewer count, and it's just okay. Today we're going to give them 10 viewers at this point, or today we're going to have a hand developing on the shooting star nano table. I called the flop, and we are check raising the turn. Wow. Can't believe that worked out well for us, actually, to be honest. It was probably a really dumb move, but I mean, against him is the only reason I did it, is because it was against him. I'm just astonished he called us off there. I'm just astonished he called us off there. I mean, you guys are gonna savage me for that play, and you're right to, I think, in a vacuum. But given the way I just seen things go down with him in the previous hand, I was like, yeah, no, I'm ahead here, and I was. I'm just astonished that he actually called me there. Alrighty, so we're building a bit of a stack here in the shooting star bounty. I wonder if we can hold on to it. We're in trouble once again in the singularity. In the other singularity. Yeah, you could be right. You could be right. The ball in the singularity from the button. Wow, we can't even beat fours and deuces with our overcards. It's that kind of day for us in the singularities, I guess. Everybody else gets there with the crap hands. We never get there with the crap hands, though. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. It's actually a good idea. Ant-Man, I like that. Yeah, I mean, 25% is a lot, obviously. 1 in 4 times. But everybody always says that, like, well, yeah, he's got a 1 in 4 chance, so he's going to win there, like, a lot. Well, yeah, I get that, but that means I have a 3 in 4 chance, which means I should win there more, is my point. Right? Right? Shouldn't I win there more? So yeah, he wins there a lot. I win there more. Is the whole point, right? Just looking back at my screen from 3 minutes ago, and there was a person on my table named Dark Angel. Is that actually Dark Angel with 4s instead of A's? Is that actually the Dark Angel? She's not on the table anymore, or that avatar's not on the table anymore, but nice flop for us in the shooting star. Nut flush draw. And we get there on the turn. Put in a bet with her flush. Play for it all, sweet cheeks. Another 9-cent bounty. That means we have just made our money back in this. And that also means we've taken the chip lead in this. So cool. Yep. No, that's one of the reasons I was asking is that A, she didn't play like Dark Angel, or the character didn't play like I think Dark Angel would play, and B, it just did not look right. The name didn't look like the way Dark Angel would put her name. So yeah. Yeah, so we're likely a tribute alias, as you say, quote unquote tribute alias. Down to our final game now, just the shooting star bounty. That's all that's left. Which incidentally we've been doing pretty darn well in. Put in a raise with our king queen here, blind to blind. Yeah, I mean Dark Angel's not entirely an original idea. There's been other people who have, I'm sure, come up with that concept for a name. I'm going to c-bet this. I have a feeling he has an ace. Oh, he does not. Okay. Got 9 minutes until registration ends on this one. And currently we have not quite hit the guarantee. In fact, not even close to the guarantee. I don't think. Maybe we should have been in this pot. Let's get out of the way here, I think. Guess we are close to the guarantee. I think we need like 65 players in this to hit the guarantee, I think. Maybe just 60 because of the because it's nano. Hard to say. Yeah, that's sort of what I thought as well, that she's not really playing a ton. We're definitely getting the hands here in the Shooting Star. Yes, we are definitely over the guarantee now. We have $15.50 in the prize pool. I put in the raise blind on blind. I think we're going to continue on this flop as well with our pair. And with our two pairs. Call behind with our Jack 10 here. Suited. With the 10 Jilly. It's the 10 Jilly, folks. Playing our namesake. C-betting our namesake. This is the 10 Jilly. So I think I'll check back here for pot control and see what happens on the river. So I'm actually putting him on a queen, and I'm putting him on a queen because of the way he hesitantly checked on the turn when the queen came in. It looked like the check that was like, oh, I now absolutely have the best hand. I hope he bets. That might have been a loose check, but or a loose fold. I don't know. Tight fold. Tight fold. That's the word I'm looking for. But I don't think my 10's good there very often. I just don't think it's good there very often. What do you guys think? I don't think it's good there very often at all, but let me know if you think differently in chat. See a lot of hands like ace-7 or ace-deuce hitting that flop and betting the way he did. So I think, or ace-8 even, so I think even if my 8 was good, it's not good anymore. Actually, I thought of calling there with the flush cards, but I don't know. Even when he hit that flush, it's obviously not tough in. It's not that tough in Hold'em, but even when he hit that flush, it's like, eh, someone's playing back at you. Gets a little tricky. I'll just give him that one. So we got 11 to go until the money. No, sorry, 17 to go until the money. 11 getting paid. We are 2 of 28 right now. We get called off late here by this particular player. Only min raised because I thought he was sitting out, but even if he's back and shoves, I'm calling because. So in some ways, this has worked out perfectly as an inducement. And I think I'm shoving every flop. Hey, nice one, Piano Cat. Take it down. Take it down. For the most epic story, most epic nano poker story ever, take it down. Yeah, the shorty's asleep. It happens. Got a new table. Looks like some interesting bounties. A Docky. Looks like he has done similar bounty work to me so far today. $3 by 9 is what I've done, I believe. Yeah, 3 by 9 cents in this one so far for 27-cent bounty. So we paid back our buy-in already. Anything else we win is gravy at this point. Oh, sorry to hear that, Piano Cat. Although, as you saw, my shooting star went fairly spectacularly wrong fairly quickly, so it happens. So we're 13 to go until the money now. 24 players remaining. 11 getting paid. 11 of us getting paid. Hopefully I will be one of those 11. I have the chip stack to do it for sure. As long as I don't lose my head. Absolutely epic poker story. I mean, it already is an epic Rage Crush poker story, to be honest. Just saying that you got final table with chip leader is a pretty decent story in and of itself. So you already have a good story. It only gets better from here. Ace Jack suited. Pretty happy with that. Not going to go super crazy with it, but hey, hey, FT Buble. Nice to see. We're probably calling this action for sure. I was trying to debate whether I was going to reshove or re-raise there. Sizing's weird on that. I wasn't sure whether I should try to go really big or not, but cool, cool, cool. We hold for the booty. Another 9 cents, I believe. You betcha, another 9 cents. That gives us 4 booties. We got the aces. It's kind of a disappointing result with aces, but any hand you win is an okay result, so I'm not terribly upset with it. Would have been nicer to seen some action in front of us, but what are you going to do? $10 away from the money now. 21 players remaining. Got another break coming up here shortly. A few minutes time anyways. Let's see a flop with our suited gappers here. Flop second pair. Given that it was a limped pot. Gonna see a flop with this, I think. In position. With the diamond draw, we're not going anywhere. Yeah, you could even have a better diamond draw. Nice, nice, nice. FT that puppy. I've only final tabled the black hole a couple times. Black hole nano a couple times. Yet to win that one. Still trying. I busted really early today, or this week. Today, yeah. I'm having trouble with the speaking today. Yeah, I busted that one pretty early today. Bubbled the abyss, which was pretty gross as well, so it hasn't been a great day that way, but, you know, that's the way it goes. Third nut club draw. Backdoor straights as well, so I don't think we're going anywhere. No backdoors. Still got the club draw, and I think we're going to keep going with it. We now have the second nut club draw, so I'm pretty sure we're good. Can we raise with the second nut clubs? I think we can. Ooh, second against third. That's gross. That is gross. For him. It's nice for us. It's gross for him. Now 8 to go until the money. Woohoo! FT, FT, FT. We're now 7 from the money. The Shooting Star is a much more turbo-y format. You start with a lot fewer chips, and things go up a lot quicker in this one as well, compared to the Falling Star. At least it feels that way. Alrighty, we got a break coming up, so I'm going to send you off to some commercials, and we'll be right back after these short messages.
And with the big money. Now, take it easy for a minute. Here's a word from Jonathan Blake about a really good cigarette, Kent.
If you smoke a lot, please be certain that you've got the cigarette designed just for you. Change to Kent, change to Kent, change to Kent with the micronite filter.
Hi, this is Jonathan Blake. Say, if you smoke a lot, I suggest that you take the Kent carton test and just see for yourself what a difference Kents can make. You switch to Kent and smoke 1 carton. Now, I don't mean just a pack or 2, but a carton. You'll find that Kent's micronite filter gives you high filtration to help you keep your smoking moderate. And that Kent's custom blend of fine, rich tobaccos gives you the clean, satisfying flavor that you want in a cigarette. If you smoke just one carton of Kent's, I'm confident you'll find that Kent's will give you everything you want in a cigarette. So if you smoke a lot, change to Kent to help you keep your smoking moderate.
I smoke Ken cigarettes. Why don't you get yourself a carton and try them? Thank you.
Meet George, the hard worker. His tale's a tearjerker. His hurry-worry life just dismays his poor wife. All the hustle and bustle, the workaday tussle. He's a miserable sight when he comes home each night. His nerves all a jangle, all ready to wrangle. His stomach upset. But she's ready, you bet.
It's time for Pepto-Bismol, time for hospital-tested Pepto-Bismol.
For upset stomach, Pepto-Bismol is America's leading remedy. Here's why. No soda, no alkalizer works like Pepto-Bismol. You see, when upset stomach strikes, tender walls of both the stomach and the lower digestive tract become irritated, and you have that well-known stomach ache. But Pepto-Bismol's special medicinal formula soothes irritated walls of both the stomach and the lower digestive tract with a gentle coating action. So when upset stomach strikes,
Take soothing Pepto-Bismol and feel good again.
Hello, I'm Joan Leslie. Which of these two women could be you? One cleansed her face the ordinary, casual way with any soap or cold cream. But this cotton pad reveals hidden dirt and makeup left behind by ordinary cleansing. The other cleansed her face the palm-olive way. And the pad reveals no trace of hidden dirt. Proof that her face is palm-olive clean, deep down clean. Yes, the palm-olive way does remove hidden dirt that robs your complexion of beauty. Doctors prove you can have a cleaner, fresher complexion the very first time you use palm-olive soap. Palm-olive is so mild, it lets you clean cleaner, clean deeper, without irritation. Prove it yourself. Massage your face with gentle palm-olive for 60 seconds. Rinse, pat dry, and test for hidden dirt. See? Your face is palm-olive clean, deep down clean. Get mild, gentle palm-olive soap for a cleaner, fresher complexion today.
Did you get a new electric razor for Christmas? And do you find it difficult to get a really close shave with it? Well, now, don't blame your electric razor. Just do this. Tomorrow morning, before you use that new electric razor, just put some Williams Electric Shave on your face. Now, it's the before shave lotion that makes any electric razor give you a closer shave. Here's how it works. Williams Electric Shave instantly evaporates perspiration, ends razor drag, sets up your beard for a closer, longer-lasting shave. And Williams Electric Shave lubricates your skin for a smoother, more comfortable shave. So men, remember, for a shave that's razor blade close with any electric razor, use Williams Electric Shave, the before shave lotion. See the difference, feel the difference. And if you use a regular razor, try Williams Gold and Yellow Shaving Creams. Contain cream of lanolin for the man with a heavy beard.
We're back. 2 of 17, 6 to go until the money, 11 getting paid here on the Shooting Star Bounty Nano, €15 guarantee. We broke the guarantee for a €17 total prize pool. We've so far won 36 cents in booties to pay back our 25-cent buy-in. And then some. We're going to bet with our top pair. I think a 9 probably bets there. Trying to get calls from queens. Although they may check to try to get a bet from a queen. It's possible, but... Yeah, electric razors are pretty much complete crap, even modern times. I must admit, it's been a few years since I bought one, but I've never owned an electric razor that is anything like a blade. It's just the way it is. It's just the way it is. And believe me, I'd love to find one that works well, because it'd certainly be nice not to have to shave my head with a blade, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Queen 10 under the gun, 6-handed table. I guess we'll fold it. Jack 5's probably not something I'm going to be too interested in getting involved with. Oh, somehow we ended up the chip leader of this tournament. 6 to go until the money. Still. Well, if no one else wants it, I'll take it. Take a stab at it. Of course, now we do have the jacks, so we do have something to bet on, but I think I was planning to stab there no matter what came, if given the way that that action had gone. One of 16 now. 5 to go until the money. We are hitting our hands in this tournament for sure. Look like a spade draw. If so, he should not have called on the turn, but whatever. guess it might have been a straight draw as well of some sort. Yeah, no, I usually don't either. It's usually just water for me. Yeah, no, they don't really work. They don't really work. They're nowhere near cut out what they're cut out for. Unfortunately, humans have not come up with a better way to shave hair off your body than by scraping it with a blade. Admittedly, I don't use a straight razor. I use a safety razor of, one of the little like 5-blade disposable safety razor thingamabobs, but it's a blade. It's blades, right? Yeah, so I think even against tilting short stack, we're not going to get involved with 10-3 here. Like even in a bounty event. It's a much better opportunity for us to take a stack here. Go, 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 Piano Cat. We do have the backdoor hearts, but the pair of nines does not make that as attractive as it would normally be. I think we'll let everybody else play around on this one. As much as those bounties look pretty, the threes go for the quads. We are down to 15 players remaining. 4 to go until the money. The king just gets there. The shorty keeps surviving. It's an interesting name that the player on my right has. My 401k gone. 401k is a very American term. And in theory, shouldn't be any Americans playing on here. $13 players to go now. 2 to go until the money. Of course, there are lots of American poker refugees that have come across the border to Canada to play. I wouldn't expect to see them playing Unibet Nano events, though. Certainly not ones that came across specifically to play poker, because you'd be playing bigger events if you were making that sort of move for poker, I would think. But could easily be an American that came to Canada for work or something like that. Definitely has an American flavor to the name, though. 401k is absolutely an American, 100% an American term. We would call it an RRSP in Canada, Registered Retirement Savings Plan. Not sure what they call it elsewhere, but I'm pretty sure that the 401k refers to one of the tax codes in the U.S. So that's why I know it's a very American-specific term. Boom, we are on the hard bubble of the Shooting Star Bounty Nano now, folks. And cats. I'm not sure why you keep hearing Star Trek doors open. I do have some Star Trek animation and sounds when followers come. But I'm not hearing anything like that on my side. So I don't know where that would be coming from. Could be my vapor. Yeah, it's my vapor. That's what you're talking about, right? It's this. That's the sound you're talking about, right? It's Darth Vapor. Darth Vapor. We're on the hard buble of the Shooting Star Bounty Nano. We have an excited Canadian singer here, folks. Hand for hand has ended, so we are in the money. We are officially cashing the Shooting Star Bounty Nano. We have a ways to go yet to save our day, however. I don't think any result in the Shooting Star Bounty Nano will save our day completely. Although given that a significant portion of our buy-ins was from tickets, it might. But then not really, because, you know, that's just fudging things, because tickets still have value. Yeah, it could be an American in Europe, too. Definitely seems to be American, though. An expatriate American of some sort. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's an expatriate American playing somewhere else, because if he's an American playing from America, he shouldn't be playing from America. Not on Unibet, and Unibet shouldn't be letting him play on play here from America. Yes, cats are folks as well. Cats are definitely folks as well. You're right. Nice, nice, Piano Cat. Keep it going. Keep it going. Keep the run on. I would love to hear you come back and say you won that. That would be so awesome. I'm absolutely not one of these poker players that gets jealous when other people win. I want you guys to win. I always want you guys to win. I always want to win too, but, you know, I always want you guys to win. Putting in a raise with my suited connectors. We won't call that off with our 6-9 offsuit. Looks like 8W is one of these people that got here without taking a bounty. Just 12 cents now. And he is done. I did that the other day in the Falling Star. Got to like 4th place without taking a single bounty. It's not even the case when that happens always that you're playing conservatively or whatever either. It's just that when you're taking your big pots, it's just not against players that you stack. It's against players that stack you. So you can't take those bounties. So sometimes it's just the luck of the draw that you're just not in the pots that let you take bounties. Alrighty, so we're down to 8 remaining in the tournament now. Laddered up to 28 cents guaranteed and dropped to 2nd place in chips. This guy seems pretty happy to aggro it out, so I'll let him do some work for us. No real need for us to put our stack on the line when he's happily putting his chips out there. We'll call off any action from Mandisk here. This is certainly an interesting hand. I mean, I feel like IH is just being overly aggressive, but I also feel like there's lots of reasons why Kissed by Fort didn't need to play the hand that way, no matter what they had. I assume that's supposed to be Kissed by Fortune, but gets there with his jacks anyways, or stays there. Holds. Hodls. Hand for FT now. Definitely going to put in arrays with suited connectors here. That'll be a fold. Just brought up the other table as well to keep an eye on it. I'm not going to put it on screen for the time being because it's probably not going to last long, but Kissed by Fortune's going to have to be out here pretty quick. Kathy Esther is going to have to be out here pretty quick as well, so oh, we should have been in this pot. We should have been in this pot. Yeah, we couldn't have called that shove anyway, so. Though if we're in the pot, I'm not sure he shoves, because it's a much bigger hit to a stack if he's wrong. Sheet, Piano Cat, take it. Take it, girl. Nice work. Hey, oh, we're closing in on a meow. That's a definite positive sign. Kathy Esther's all in on the other table. And she gets her shove through. I think we just have to give this up to Modisk. Oh, yeah. Oh, no, 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 no. No, the 9-6 can't win there. The 9-6 can't win there. That's just not right, folks. That's just not fucking right. That's okay. We got there on the other table. Kathy Esther's the 7th place finisher. We are now on the final table. Oh, spoilers. Didn't really like making that fold, but it's probably the best thing. So we're still third of 6. Here, guaranteed 48 cents now, in addition to the 36 we've already locked up in booties. Really weird isolation shove by Jack 7 there. Like, really fucking weird isolation shove. I don't know what the hell. I mean, obviously he won, but I don't know what the hell he was thinking there. That's the weirdest shove in the world. Like, why do you isolate there with Jack 7? That's I need to look at that hand again and figure out. the action was. So he's on the button. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. There's no reason to shove. There's just no reason to shove in that spot. Bizarre. I don't understand it. I don't know why he did that. Third is still a good run. Third is still a good run, Piano Cat. Well done. Went way deeper than me today, that's for sure. I think that even bests my... I think fourth is the best I've ever done in Black Hole. I think. So you might have even bested my best result in the Black Hole Nano. Yeah, no, that's a very good game. And it'll still make for a darn good epic poker rage story. Alrighty, we're down to 5 after an epic cooler there. It's the King on the River. It made it full house versus straight. Guaranteed 92 cents now for fourth, at least. Yeah, no, exactly. For, given your trajectory in that event, it's a pretty darn good result. I have to plug my wireless headset in because it is no longer going to be wireless. One moment, please. There we go. We have the power. The power of Grayskull. Hey, there's a nice meow for us. There's a nice meow for us. Nice to see Piano Cat meowing. My 401k gone is just getting there. Whether they have the best of it or the worst of it, they are getting there. But we are third now. Third of 3, guaranteed 129. Get out of the way with our 10-3. We'll let these guys fight it out. Not going to play my 7 deuce. There is no value in the 7 deuce game in tournament play. No value at all. There can be value in cash game with 7 deuce if there's side bets going on. But equally, I've seen people throw thousands into a pot just to win a couple of hundred in side bets on the deuce to 7. And suddenly we're card dead. Hodel! Ah! Third. Alrighty. Third's not terrible. 129. I should know that he's always going to get there anyways, so, you know, what are you going to do? 129. So we did not make a profit for the day. But we didn't do terribly either. Ended up with a 171 in wins. 465 in buy-ins. Let me have a quick boo at my buy-ins and just to see if that is actually accurate. What do we get? So we got 60 plus 50 is 110 plus 25 is 165. 230. 270. Yeah, it is right. Huh, okay, cool. Alrighty, well, it was a fun day. Thanks for hanging out with me once again. Sorry I was a bit late. I'll be back on Wednesday. Should be able to get started on time. So I'll run out. We'll be seeing you soon. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to bring this mothership in for a landing. For more vintage poker content from Mothership Poker, click the subscribe button and check out the playlists for all of our old archived content, as well as the ads only cut from some of the early streams.